Hello, Father. Greetings from Camp Hiawatha. Swimming's cool here. Won 3 races. But I miss your fresh towels and pillowcases. Understandably. Who wouldn't miss those? Anyway, my name's Host Eric. I'm the host of Talking with Famous People. And I'm a guy who, along with his soon-to-be wife Rachel, went on a most lengthy quest. A most lengthy quest we were on today. We left at 8 in the morning, and we didn't get back until 8:19 at night, which was pretty late. You may look at me and think, I got some sun today. This is not what that is. Right before I started, I got slapped a bunch of times by a baby. That's why my face looks a little bit red. I withstood a barrage of baby slaps. Okay, fine. It's a little bit of sun. It's not actually baby slaps. Rachel got a little bit more sun than I did. She's a little bit upset about it right now because she's concerned about, oh no, I got a sunburn. I'm going to be peeling for the wedding or something like that, But I assured her and reassured her. Got over a week. Her sunburn's going to be long gone by then. And according to her, she's not suffering a great deal from it. So it's not like heat poisoning bad or sun poisoning bad, but she's mostly concerned about its impact on how she's going to look for the wedding day. I think she's going to look just fine. She's going to look A+, A-OK, good news and save the day. Hooray, hooray. Her name is Rachel. And she's going to look fantastic. Anyhow, I made a Mendy's Club video today. And it doesn't have any views. It only has 2 views. And probably one of them is me. It's called Tiffany Finds Rachel's Ring. I'll get you a link to it.
Tiffany, first of all, that's Rachel's ring. And second of all, it's too big to give me a bracelet for. I'm just feeling soft. It belongs to me. Look at all this. All this beautiful ring belongs to me.
Yes. It's a pretty great video, needless to say. Let me go to here. Click this. That's what I meant to be doing, but I wasn't doing. Now I am doing it, though. So actually, the guy with the camera came right up and filmed me today at the A's game. Filmed me buying a 50-50 and then filmed me holding up my Shea Langoliers fan club sign. But I don't think it made it onto the TV. I have to sort of paw through the game with a bit more of a fine-tooth comb to see if we can see us. Our seats were just about as good, just about the same seats as in the field box. We were in the second row behind the field box. They were good seats. But I tell you what's not a good place is Oakland. Oakland is such a crime-riddled hellhole. It's kind of sad. I don't go to the mushroom store all that often. Less than once a month, I'd say. But on 2 different occasions now, there's been, the mushroom stores reporting a crime that's happened nearby. Today, when I walked to the mushroom store, the guard in the store, his car, just after he parked it, got hit and run by somebody. And he was like on the phone saying, I just turned around for a second and then it's just like, oh, yeah, I'm telling a story. And he was also trying to do his job with me. He's telling a story on the phone. Oh, hi. Yeah, okay. You know the routine. You know, like put your shit in this thing, look up at the camera, take your shit with you, then get a mask. The mushroom store in Oakland, the mushroom church in Oakland, is the last place on earth that still requires me to wear a mask. They don't even require their employees to wear masks or their, I don't know, acolytes. I mean, what do you call them? Employees of a church that doesn't sell any mushrooms. They just offer sacrament for in exchange for donations of a set price. Anyway, it's a real boondoggle of a mess down there in Oakland. I mean, obviously to some extent the Bay Area has itself to blame for aggravating what was naturally going to be a mess. An American problem due to a Supreme Court decision. It's not just a West Coast problem, although it may be most visible here and may be manifesting most aggressively here. The destruction of our urban life is well underway in this country because there's been a decision in the judicial branch that says we can't treat the public space like public space. If somebody simply goes onto any piece of public land, be it sidewalk or just, median of the highway, and puts a tent there, you can't make them leave unless you've got some place for them to go. So that Supreme Court ruling is insane, of course, because nobody owns the public space and nobody should be allowed to treat it as though they do. When some individuals are allowed to treat it as though they do, well, what happens is it either becomes commercialized, which is not so bad, like people selling various things, or it becomes like the trash cities of Oakland. All from the highway to the mushroom store, there's like these trash cities built of trash. It's horrible. Graffiti everywhere, crime everywhere. I don't feel worried in parking my car at the Oakland Coliseum, but I'm very glad to have Rachel sitting in the car outside the mushroom store while I go into the mushroom store because it's that crazy in Oakland, In the Oakland Coliseum, they got security in the parking lot, so whatever, it doesn't matter. It's like it's safe there. It's also kind of like, you know how these big public coliseums and stuff are, kind of like isolated in this kind of dirt lot area that's all surrounded by roads and concrete things that you can't really, it's just for driving and parking. And anyway, I wonder what they're going to do with the Oakland Coliseum when the A's move. Because currently, the only thing Oakland Coliseum has going on are the Oakland A's. I believe the Oakland Raiders used to also play at the Oakland Coliseum until Las Vegas stole them away. Just as they're going to steal away the Oakland A's. But you cannot blame the team's owners, nor Vegas, nor anybody really, except the city of Oakland for the Oakland A's leaving. Because no sane human being would want to stay in Oakland. It's got to be the shittiest shithole in all of the West Coast. And it's coming from me, a big fan of my beloved Oakland A's. I like the Oakland Coliseum a lot, you know? It's like you can see underneath the post-apocalyptic hellscape there that Oakland like used to be cool. You can see spots that are still kind of cool, kind of like, you know, like Highland Park in LA. But it's just a den of villainy, like they said in Star Wars about that one place that they went to look for Han Solo and his Millennium Falcon to transport them off planet. That's when Obi-Wan said, "There's never been more of a vile den of villainy," or something like that, you know. But really, compared to Oakland, that bar scene from Star Wars looks incredibly tame. Nobody's chatting. Nobody's saying anything. Is it because tonight everyone's fingers are broken? That's my guess. There's been a nationwide finger breaking epidemic happened today, preventing everybody from chatting. Supposedly there are 6 people watching this. One of them is me, so 5 other people. But none of them wants to be the one communicating with words. They are perfectly satisfied just listening to Eric soliloquize. Which, of course, he can and will do indefinitely. Especially given that he's on the 1-2 combo punch called Vivamrooms. Combination of Vivants and mushrooms. And I ate about like half an ounce of mushrooms. Or drank about a half ounce of mushrooms tea. And I haven't had mushrooms in a long time. So I might trip fairly hard. We'll see. You never know with mushrooms. The guy in the store was talking about that today, too, to the guy who was in front of me. It's like, you just never know, man. You just can't predict these things. It made me happy to hear somebody at the store saying what I need to be true. I chimed in with a confirmation that said, yeah, it's like you could take the same mushroom 3 different times and have 3 totally different experiences. Like there was this time I thought this one bag of mushrooms was especially pukey. They made me pukey a couple times in a row. Then I took them another time and they didn't make me pukey at all and I had a wonderful time. So, who knows? It was probably just me who was puking up the mushroom. So I've got 13 minutes of soliloquizing, eliciting not a single chat from anybody. It's a little unusual. Not that unusual. I mean, it's not like I'm Kilgore, the champion of chat engagement. But I typically get a little bit more of like a, hey, what's up, from somebody by this point. So that's kind of nice to have something unusual happen. Is always nicer than having something usual happen. The only thing I'm a little concerned about is with not a single chat, I don't have any confirmation that, say, like my audio is working properly. But the thing about that is, realistically, you're not going to get confirmation your audio is working properly. You'll get alerted if it's not. People will be like, I can't hear you. You sound like a robot or whatever, you know. Okay, it's time to go outside for a cigarette. I'm also starting to feel mushroom, but that's not necessarily a big problem or anything because the extra disorienting aspects of mushroominess are being pushed away by Vyvanse. Oh, that's right. I remember where they are. I remember where I left them. My heart, that is. I left it in San Francisco. Well, technically I didn't leave it so much as it was ripped from my chest by thieves who then sold it on the black market. But that's San Francisco. Anyway, recently I had the most brutal drive home from Oakland that we have ever had driving home from anywhere, I think. It took 5 hours to get back. It takes 3 hours to get to Oakland. When I came back, look what happened to the bag of cutlets I left outside. The Woodland friends said, "Oh, you don't want to pour any cutlets, huh? We can pour our own cutlets from that bag over there." And they did. I made a big mess in my cutlet bag. Well, fortunately I didn't leave the other bag of cutlets out here too. I do have another full bag of cutlets. So I'm definitely starting to feel a little bit weird from the mushrooms. I wonder if the chat's not. I just pushed testaroo in the chat. See if I can see it here. Live chat. Yeah, my testaroo chat's showing up, so I don't think the chat's broken or anything. Oh. My understanding of reality might be broken though. Um, I'm gonna guess it won't be broken. There are so many different things I have to keep track of just to go outside and smoke a cigarette. I have to get glasses so I can see what you're saying. Have to get a cigarette, a lighter, a drink, a jacket. Gotta pull my pants up. Gotta remember where I put the microphone and stuff. Uh, oh, the mushrooms kind of suddenly kind of kicked in a little bit, I guess. I'm feeling kind of mondo weird, I guess. Both super advanced and also a lot mushrooms. It's what I would call weird with an exponent not of greater than 1.9. Weird with a positive integer exponent, not 1. Which integer is it? Well, it's obviously either 2 or some number higher than that. Well, don't you want to know what number it is specifically? It doesn't matter. That's not the point. The point is, this particular flavor of weirdness has an exponent next to it. What's it for? What's it mean? Nobody knows. If we could answer those kind of questions, we'd all be Jesus. I feel weird. I feel weird, but in a weird way. I feel weird because it's a weird day. I feel weird. I'm weirdly feeling weird. I feel weird and kind of weird. Weird, 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 weird. I am feeling weird, weird. What are people saying? What did you smoke? I didn't smoke anything. I drank mushroom tea. And when I do that, sometimes I can get a little bit mushroomy. And that means you can expect me to be more like a mushroom. Just say, well, it's edible, but I don't want to eat it. That's me. I'm like a mushroom. Technically, I'm edible, but you don't want to eat me. Just to get eaten by sane people anyway, mushrooms had to come bearing a gift of psilocybin. Otherwise, people are like, yeah, we can eat those things, but we're not starving. And those are funguses. And everyone goes, that's not the plural of fungus. That's how wars start. You don't want to start a war, do you? No. Too much hassle for everybody. With all the fighting and the bloodshed. You're never going to get war out of your carpets, let me tell you. Carpet cleaners don't come that proficient. I can't read. Oh, I feel so over cranked. Just like, okay, stop cranking on all the levers. You already spent the whole fucking day in the car, and then the rest of the day seeing the hot 78's game. Just stop cranking the levers now. But I don't seem to listen. I don't feel that tore up because the violence is just like da la da 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 da. It's like that song. I forget what that song is called, but you know that song. I was like, everything's fine, but it's not. Secretly, you're getting sunburned, and Rachel's not happy about it. I don't know how to fix the problem. I just rubbed Vaseline all over her. And no, it wasn't sexy or anything. She just looked sad. I was just like, well, maybe this will, I can rub this random shit on you. I don't know, it just seems like maybe it was a good idea to rub something under her skin that's oily. She didn't have any coconut oil. I've heard that's what you're supposed to put on it. But we put coconut oil on it. It just came out of a Vaseline coconut. Like regular coconuts, except they're filled up with Vaseline inside. Those are my favorite kind of coconuts. You can't eat them, but you sure can masturbate with them. But man, it's my favorite fruit to fuck. You can't eat them, but man, it is my favorite fruit to fuck. That's a good joke. Oh, I feel so weird. I'm not surprised by how I feel. Like, I'm not like, oh wait, what drug is this that I want? I don't recognize it. I don't feel like that at all. But I still have never had it taking mushrooms and Vyvanse at the same time. And it's, well, it's hard to say where all the weirdness exactly comes from. Probably almost all of it comes from the mushrooms. And almost none of it comes from the live ants. But, you know, it is the case, I know from plenty of experience, that mushrooms on speed tends to be better than mushrooms not on speed because it tends to take away some of the negative physical side effects that can but don't always come along with mushrooms. Mushrooms is so unpredictable. My house looks yellow at the moment, almost. Well, now it looks regular white again, but for a second there, I was like, is this a yellow house? But it wasn't yellow after all. It was just white. In other words, never mind. Just never mind what I was saying about the house being yellow. It's not yellow. Don't let yourself be deceived. Okay, wonderful man. I will let you inside. Let me go inside myself. Oi. I feel, what's that word I like to use for this feeling? Disrupted. I feel heavily disrupted. Here you go. Go inside the house. Now, but don't let the bugs in. Trouble. I thought I told you not to let the bugs in. The cat's not a good listener. I gotta turn off the air conditioning. Because I've got both mushroom cold and mushroom disruption syndrome going on. So we're gonna have to turn off that air conditioning for a minute. What we need to do is find the only proper place for someone suffering from mushroom disruption, namely right over here in this chair. Oh. Ah. 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 I certainly have undertaken a lot of experiences today. I have stimulation overload. What a lot of driving. It never really got for me any worse than mildly unpleasant because of the violence. Of course, I just need to wait till we reach cruising altitude and I'll be fine with the mushrooms. It's just turbulence on the way up, you know. I did take half an ounce, which is pretty much. It's like a fair amount anyway. Well, it's more than normal people normally take anyway. People normally take like an eighth, maybe a quarter, you know. I normally take around that much. Well, actually, I don't really have a normally taken amount anymore. Because it's like I tend to think of an ounce as maybe 3 trips out of it. So I get 2 ounces for the last couple months. I definitely took the better half of an ounce tonight. So I poured. I wasn't really thinking how much I wanted to pour out before I poured it out. I was just like looking for an amount that seemed like a good amount. Trying to just be slightly more than half an ounce. And you know, probably it was slightly more than the amount I wanted to pour too, but a little bit here, a little bit there doesn't make any fucking difference. I mean, that's the weird thing about mushrooms. Sometimes you can eat more mushrooms and trip less hard. When you do eating fewer of the same mushrooms. It's so weird. Mushrooms just refuse to be like put in a box like that. Ah. I'm currently experiencing them kind of consciously or willfully to a certain extent, but in this hyper SI kind of way. Okay, well, I know I should get up and crack open the side of the garage door now that we're home. Okay, Rachel, could you do that for me? Could you do that for me? Could you go in the garage and crack open the door so the cats can get out? Can you go into the garage and crack open the side door so the cats can go in and out? Thanks. Yeah, I'm tripping like super hard right now. I'm tripping too hard to do that to myself, but I can still explain what it is to Rachel. The thing is, with my lack of teeth impacting the clarity of my speech and her iffy hearing, one of her ears is messed up from a long time ago. Um, a lot of times I try to repeat things or whatever nowadays to. Also, this house, it's like sound goes around all these corners and takes on a life of its own. Wow, I'm tripping hard. I haven't tripped like this since that horrible day when I was on mescaline and mushrooms. Like, in terms of visuals, like this is more actually like DMT than it is like that day where everything was like super melty. This is more geometric, but it's very visually active. I have no idea who you're talking about, what you're talking about. I have some idea potentially of what you might be talking about, in which case I don't want to talk about that at all. I have no idea. That's so bummer. Like, don't just come here and be like, here's a big bummer. That sucks ass, dude. Talk about not a party topic. Curiosity can suck it. That's dark. Okay. Did mommy not do that yet or what? Rachel, you open the doors yet? Oh, thank you. Okay, so now you're not telling me what, so I have to do something, cat. Probably telling me to clean the litter box. Okay, I'll do that at some point. I'm tripping too hard to start right now. You're just gonna have to be patient. I know it's been a long day for us all. You shitting on old shit and me having the most brutal drive from Oakland you can even imagine. It was so trafficy. Oh, it was so terrible. But I was so vibrant and sad. I was just like, whatever, just a lot of traffic. Ugh. Now I'm paying for it though. I'm paying. I'm paying with my pain. I'm not really in pain, but I'm full of pucritude. can you not nag me right now? Because I had a super incredibly long day. I would grant you your goddamn cat box or cat story. Jesus. Oh. Wow. Aye, aye, aye. That was a spectacular tsunami cyclone, I mean. Um, Swoop it together. What am I doing? Just take this out of this completely. More microphone for you. I'm done with you. Troubling and difficult microphone that I got for reasons nobody can explain. Why I would get a lavalier mic with a huge long cord. I do not know. Nobody can explain that. I thought, well, the last cordless lavalier mic, it didn't go with my phone. So I guess I get a lavalier mic with a super long cord. What was I thinking? What an idiotic thing to do. I would really not know who I am at all, or something. What am I doing right now? Oh, right. I'm supposed to obey my nagging cat. I know what he wants me to do. He wants me to clean his litter box. It's been gone all day. Unlike usual, I haven't been able to get outside even. So, oh no, is what you're gonna say when you, naturally. Oh, it stinks like shit too. Is shit someplace else or something? There's stepping shit? What the hell is going on? It really stinks like cat shit. Like way more than usual. I know there's a litter box right here, but it doesn't normally smell like cat shit like that. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay. I can't deal with this right now. I just cannot deal with this right now. Because I had such a long, I just have to deal with it. Stop your complaining, Eric. And find Trouble's horrible human toes and throw them away. Oh my god. Is that what you're meowing about? Like, I got these horribly death smelling human toes. I don't blame you for meowing about that. Oh my god. Trouble, what in the world did you eat? It's not Iams. I tell you that much. And what are all these little strings and stuff around everything? Is that just me tripping? Or that should be tripping. Okay, never mind about the strings. I That wasn't real. Those strings aren't real, so you don't have to worry about that. It was just accidental visual noise that I misinterpreted this. I misinterpreted it as data. It wasn't data. That's just noise. There. That smells less like pus-filled vomit mound than it did 5 minutes ago. Just nice. So it's like, you always want to go down on that meter, that particular meter there. Pus-filled vomit mound. I should turn the light off last. That's the things I'm doing, because after I turn it off, I can't see anything, and then naturally it makes it difficult to get anything else done. Okay. I am such a ridiculous wreck right now. What is going on? I need to turn the light back on, clearly. I'm having some problems without the lights on. It could easily not be resolved by turning the lights on. Okay, and then sitting down. But the problem is, I want to get a drink. I never seem to have a drink when I want one. Why is that? It's like, all I know is a very simple thing. I want to smoke a cigarette, but it turns out to be a very complicated thing. You have to get a drink to go with your cigarette. You gotta get all these strings off of you. What am I doing here? I'm knocking everything over. Stop that, you. Okay, what am I doing? I'm getting my drink. Why can't I find my drink? I'm sad that I can't find it. I know I had it. And now it's just gone. Like, what happened to you, Rick? Where did you go? Nobody knows. And never will know. I'm also tired of being covered by all these strings. Like, enough of the strings already. I feel just so run through the ringer. I'm glad I got the calorie cleaned up. I feel bad now because obviously trouble stomach was hurting. I just thought he was nagging me. Now I feel bad. Hi, Mr. Man. I hope you're feeling better. I'm sorry I might have been a little short with you earlier. I had a long day. I was also puking. I didn't want to clean up your cat litter at the moment, but really no excuse for it. You've been locked inside all day. My very first priority should have been walk inside, open the side door. But of course, we opened the other door so you can get out. So I'm probably needlessly beating myself up about this. Just because it wasn't, just because I didn't, just because I wasn't thinking about you when I got home. Well, I mean, it was a hard trip, man. I didn't tell you, buddy. It was no easy trip. Don't leave this door open, you dumb Eric. That's how bugs get in. Dummy. Now you just let the bugs get in. God, why would I leave that door open? What am I tripping or something? Okay. I have finally made it out here. God, Jesus Christ, you scared me. It's just trouble. I have finally made it out here with everything I need to do to just finally smoke a cigarette. And I'm just grateful to this mushroom trip for one thing and nothing else. And making me realize, fuck that horrible long corded lavalier bike. Fuck it so hard. What was I thinking? I don't even know. Get a cordless one, you dumb fuck. Just because the last cordless one that was around you wasn't for your phone is not a reason to get a corded one. Like, what was I thinking? I have no idea what I was thinking. All I got is one with a super long cord, which I haven't even been using. You see how much hassle it is carrying the thing around, trying to deal with it all the time. What a nightmare. Oh, what a dummy I am. I'm so dumb about stuff like that. I okay, that cannot be actually in the sky. That thing that I'm seeing right now. No. Okay. It looks like a helicopter, but who knows what that could possibly be. I feel like I got strings all over me, so what do I know about what I'm looking at in the sky? I don't know anything about it at all, obviously, except it's not looking like it normally does up there. Oh, well, I'll tell you that much. It's looking a little bit different. If I still not lit a cigarette, I must truly be the dumbest man in history. This is how much it takes for you to smoke one cigarette. Okay, Eric. Now light your cigarette. Drink your drink just like you planned for such a long time. You were planning it. You were thinking about it. You've been talking about it. Now's your chance. Now's your chance to do it. You should take advantage opportunity to do it. Okay, well, I will in a second. Just give me a second is the point. Let's not rush into anything. Just because we're in agreement that that's what should be done, it doesn't mean our timetable is the same. We're not done discussing that part yet. Uh-oh. Already started drinking it though, so now I don't know how to navigate this new reality. I'm not sure why or how, but I am sure somehow it's important. I don't know why or how, but I know this. It's like one of the stupidest sentences a person could ever possibly say. I don't know why or how, but whatever comes after your butt is irrelevant. You don't know why or how. And you told me all I need to know, which is you shouldn't be talking. you you should be listening, not talking, because you told me. I don't know why or how, but nothing. If you don't know why or how, then you don't know squat. But I don't know if anybody says that, actually, is the thing. Did anybody say, I don't know why or how, but probably some people say that. I don't know why or how, but. Okay, well, just shut up already, I don't expect you to know why or how, but it's not like something you shout bingo over. Well, I don't know why, how. Okay, good. I don't know why, how either. No, it's contagious. Oh, oh, oh. I have to stop laughing because it's making all these goose come out of me. Like, my nose is all running. Oh, just stop with the goo. It's so gross. I don't want to have goo and mucus all over me. choice. I have to have it all over me. It's not up to my choice. If it were, I'd say, no, thank you. I don't want any of your goo. The saying first would. I didn't ask for all this goo. I don't want this goo. Just keep it yourself. Goo provider. Like, okay, mucous membranes. I get it already. You can make goo. Good for you, but it's like, stop already. Enough with the goo. It's like, the only thing you do is just make mucus, which is gross. Oh my god. I am tripping so hard. I have not tripped this hard. I don't even know how fucking hard. I said that multiple times. But this time I mean it. This time I'm not lying. Wow. This is like, I can't even. I normally think, that doesn't matter how hard I'm tripping on mushrooms. I could just walk down the street and be fine. Not today, that's for sure. First I have to get all these strings off of me. Oi, oi, oi. So, you wanted to trip hard on mushrooms, huh? Wish granted. Jesus, I don't know what's been going on the last, like, since I puked, I have no idea what's even been going on, man. Wow. That's that's some sort of mushroom-tastic power explosion. Maybe a little too mushroom-tastic of a power explosion again. It'll be fine. Says I'm tired of having all these strings on me. It feels like. It feels like all these strings keep pushing against me. I want to brush them away, but there are no strings. They're only in my imagination. You know, these strings are like El Guapo from Three Amigos. For some, they're El Guapo is shyness. For others, they're El Guapo is mucus like me. That's my El Guapo. I got so much mucus. Anyway, what am I just talking about again? Okay, pull it together, Eric. It is time for you to function as normal. Here we go. Are you guys ready for normal functioning, Eric? Well, if you're not, well, what you're about to see is going to blindside you. Just give me a second to half hardly put the cigarette out. Ooh, that's I got a pretty good chin for psychedelics. I can take some pretty good punches. Not this one. This one knocks me out pretty good. So, good for it. Now we're back to sane-ish land. So, in other words, I'm not completely at the mercy of whatever the fuck was going on. Now I can kind of direct my attention to certain things a little bit. Okay. Well, of course, naturally puking was very disruptive. Walking past the bathroom, remembering that time I was leaning over the toilet, remembering it fondly. Those were good times you and I had together, toilet. Those times are past. Hopefully. We don't want to go back to those times again. Okay. What are you scolding me about now? It's like either come here for pets or just be quiet or something because I just don't have much for you right now, buddy. Oh. Ah. Jesus Christ, dude. I need to go to Brad. That's what is a simple solution to all my problems is that I need to go to Brad. But no, I'm having fun. I'm partying. I don't want to go to Brad. I want to stay home and have fun. Well, you know what's going to happen, Eric. You're going to stay up and have fun. And you're going to feel all tore up. Especially after a day like today, which was just physically brutal on both of us. Oh my God. You can just violence and no problem to way through it, but your body's not, it's keeping track. So it can punish you for your sins. Oh, of course. Rachel and I are normally pretty smart. We stay inside. Or there's not any sun. You're not gonna get hurt that badly. Rachel and I are still hurting ourselves inside plenty, but less badly than outside. Ridiculously, I asked Cameron to give me a chainsaw, which I didn't pay for. I don't know if I really should be playing with a chainsaw. I don't know if that's really. I haven't touched it because I'm scared of it. Hand injuries are something unacceptable, entirely unacceptable. Uh, boy. Uh, I can't even read what you guys are saying. I have no idea what you were saying. It looks like a little black smudge over there. Oh my god. This day has taken more out of me than any day should be allowed to take out of any person ever. It's probably taken even more out of Rachel than it took out of me. She got much more sunburned than I did. We were so dumb. We were such intuits heart throughout the whole thing. I brought a jacket with me. Rachel's like checking the weather all the time to tell her whether it's hot or not. I think it might be hot. Intuitive ordination is just astonishing. From both of us. I literally brought a jacket into the stadium with me. Even though it was obviously way too hot for a jacket. Because I was still thinking like Rachel was, well, the weather temperature number is like 73. That's actually pretty chilly, it seems like. It was nowhere near 73 in there, I'll tell you. It was hot in there. And it just got hotter the day progressively just in direct sun the whole time. Oh, what a couple of intuitards we were. I didn't even think about it. Rachel's never gotten badly sunburned. She's not super badly sunburned. It's not like, she got sun poisoning or something. But I suspect it's painful. It probably will peel. She's mostly concerned about the aesthetics of it. But, I said, here, just let me rub some Vaseline on it. Hang comic on it, and you'll be fine. And then, I'm just gonna trim my fucking balls as deep into the wall as you can make it while you recover from your sunburn over there. I don't know what else to do for her. I feel bad. I feel like I should have anticipated that. I should have thought about it. I mean, I think I feel like such an idiot. Like who goes to a day baseball game, getting tickets in this, not even checking to see whether they're going to be in the shade or the sun, not even thinking about it. I just because it's like, well. It wasn't too hot at the night games I went to. It's like, oh, you idiot. And the one thing I thought about that was even related to it was this. I thought, I'm going to put socks on with my flip-flops so my feet don't get sunburned. That was the only thing I thought about the sunburn at all. I've had that happen before, where the top of my feet gets sunburned. I don't like it. Also, we're not going to be in a public place like a coliseum or something. I definitely want to have socks on between my flip-flops and my feet. It's because I don't want my feet to get dusty with gross public dust. You know, like any sensible person doesn't want that. You don't want to get gross public dust on your feet. Obviously. The only people who didn't know that were the people that Jesus washed their feet for. They were known as the retarded tribe. These fuckers still don't know how to wash their feet. They could keep coming back and wash them again. It's like, okay, will you learn this time? Take your soap. I never understood. Oh, guys, Jeffrey's here? How long have you been here for, Jeffrey? You need to see. You've been here for a while. Alright, you've really been here for a minute. It doesn't really matter how long you've been here for. The point is, what you're getting to witness right now is Eric being just demolished by drugs. And a very long day. Let's not undercount that part. Boy, what a big drive that was. It should not take 5 hours to get from Oakland to our house. It should take 3 hours, right? Or it could take 3.5, assuming you stop for food or something. Something less than ideal traffic. 5 hours of stop and go traffic in a stick shift. I didn't even notice it. I was so bypassed out. I took 2 of them this morning. I started to notice it towards the end. I was like, oh, God. And literally every single traffic experience we're going to have, like, the worst possible one. Like, for example, at one point they split the highway into these lanes that you can't get out of, right? Like, alright, before y'all you guys used to be 3 lanes that were all hanging out together. Well, now you all have walls around you. And you can't get out of it. So you better pick the right one, or else you're not going to be able to get off on your exit. This is literally what they've done on the freeway. Of course, they don't tell you miles back here when they start this, like, let's put walls around each of the lanes thing. Like, the exit you want to get off on 5 miles down the road, you're not going to be able to get off on it because you're in the wrong walled lane. It was just like, okay, you have got to be kidding me. How was I supposed to anticipate that this random choice of 3 walled lanes was going to make it so I have to go like 5 miles past my exit turn around, take another bypass. Oh my God. This is how you're repairing the road? Keep in mind, it's been like this every time we've gone to Oakland. It's been the same way. This little 3 wall thing that I'm dumb. I forget to. Oh, you have to pick the right one. You have to pick the right wall to lane. I just think go with the one on the left most. I don't think about it really. You gotta remember. Don't go. Go with the one on the left. It's a trap. It's a trap. You gotta go on the one on the right. So you wanna get up on your exit. I mean, you would not believe how much further down the road we had to go because we were in the wrong wall off little lane. And it's been like that since we moved here. It's like, are you fixing the road or are you just making yourselves laugh? You know? Watching people do what I just did. Oh no! I picked the wrong one lane that I got stuck in for 10 miles. It's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. It's hard to believe that it's true. It's been like that since the first day we moved here. That is everything outside of Mariposa in a nutshell. Oh God, descending into the city is just, it's like the whole world's gone insane. I don't know how people can tolerate it, frankly. And now that I don't have to tolerate it anymore, I don't know how I ever tolerated it for a minute. In Los Angeles, you know? What a nightmare. Just want to puke just thinking about it. Oh. Oh. And it's like, seriously, as soon as you cross the county line in Mariposa, everything gets sane. There are no traffic lights. There's no traffic. There are no traffic lights. Let me repeat you that in the whole county. It's a sane enough county that it understands it doesn't need to put a traffic signal up to manage the traffic. And there isn't any traffic. Like, as soon as I drive back into the county and I'm home again, there's never any cars around me. Every place else is cars constantly in every direction. On top of me, underneath me, just everywhere. unbelievably toxic place. And yet, like, if I could just get these strings off of me, it's like, it's a place where something really beautiful bloomed, you know? This beautiful baseball game that, in the whole stadium, only really me, Rachel, and the Oakland A's color commentator are qualified to appreciate what it means in general. In other words, we care about the right things and don't care about the right things, right? I don't care the fucking A's win. Obviously, I cared that Shea Langoliers didn't play because I had my sign. But even that was fun because an A's player was looking at me when I held up the sign and said, Perez needs rest. Put Shea Langoliers in. Which was a hilarious thing to say, of course, because Perez had only played 2 plate appearances. And Shea Langoliers has played every day for as long as I can remember back. I knew it. I called it. I was like, he's due a day off. They might give him a day off, right? When we go with our new and improved sign. But it was okay because an A's player was looking at me and smiling or laughing or something at my sign when I said, you need to rest Perez. Put Shea Langoliers in. That makes the whole thing fine. As long as an A's player thought it was funny, then, well, mission accomplished. What more can you want than that in the world? You know, he saw my sign clearly. He was looking at me. He must have at least told Shea Langoliers that he has a fan club. So, what more do you want in life than that? That's full accomplishment for your fan club. If Shea Langoliers himself becomes aware of its existence, you know, it's, it's such a silly little art project, right? It's one of my, you know how I get attached to my precious little art project sometimes, like Mindy's Club. And, well, the Shea Langoliers fan club is one of my precious little art projects that it's like, I don't even know what medium it is I'm working. I'm not even exactly sure it's art. But I know this. It makes everyone at the stadium better to know that there's a Shea Langoliers fan club out there. It makes everybody in the whole stadium better. The only people who aren't made better are people who maybe didn't see my sign. If they didn't see the sign, then I didn't do a very good job of holding it up, I'm not going to lie. I did a piss poor job of holding up my sign. I wasn't really in a good sign holding place. I didn't want to bother the people behind me or anything. And after the camera guy came up and filmed me holding up my sign, I seemed to be like greedy to want to hold up my sign more than that, you know. Anyway, I was making a bunch of shorts throughout the game. And then only in like the seventh inning realizing, oh, I'm on the A's Wi-Fi. I can upload these. I just have to make them. Wait till I get home to upload them. I could just have been make, upload. Well, then, of course, I'm trying to catch up. Like, oh shit, if I gotta upload them here, I should go back and start uploading them. Then I totally stopped paying attention to the game. I just paid attention to trying to upload my shorts that I should have uploaded before. Oh, there's so many things around here. Ah, I hate having lots of things around. It's like this room is a disaster. The whole room's a disaster because there are too many things in here. I just want to get out of there. Look at this horrible room. Look how many things there are in here. And you know what the worst part of it? I told Amazon, I didn't just tell them, I paid them to send me all of these things. Oh. Now it just looks like a bunch of things in the kitchen. Like, do I really want all these plates and knives and everything? I know I could just throw them away after the wedding, but I didn't really think about how much of a big, like, worth it to get. It's like, you know, on the idea list, it goes like this: get some plates. Yeah, get some plates. That's all it goes to. In reality, it's get plates that arrive in many different boxes. In varying, also with different things. Sometimes you get plates with drapery. Sometimes you get plates with knives. You might get plates with an electronic item you've ordered. You never know. It's like, I may have ordered all the plates at one time, but they have not decided to send them all at one time for some reason. Because we get days of multiple boxes with different things in them. All of them, mostly what they have in them, are more boxes for me to get up. It's ridiculous. It's like, get plates, right? Get plates is not just as simple as get plates. It's like, get a bunch of boxes you throw stuff, and then open them, only to discover it's just more smaller boxes inside of them. It's like, when you finally get the actual, like, knife out of the thing, or plate out, it's like, you get this huge mountain of boxes behind it. It's so ridiculous. The boxes you see here, those are just, it's like, I've already unpeeled multiple layers of boxes to get to here. Like, Amazon said, oh, what's the biggest box we have? Do we really need to get such a big box for this? Oh, no. So that's why we're going to put a couple of knives and a couple of plates and one drapery in this big box. We should probably put each of those things also in its own box inside of the box. That way we can justify using such a big box in the first place. Ridiculous how Amazon thinks this is a good way. How is that possibly cost effective? It's like, I don't know how anything shipped to our house can ever be cost effective. It's not easy to get here. It's like Americans are so spoiled. They expect to go live out in the woods and get all indignant and see with everybody as soon as anything doesn't go right. Well, just you have to have one or the other. You can't have both. If you want to live out in the woods, then you're gonna need a generator, you know. And unlike Eric and Rachel, you have some concept of what that means before you encounter your first winter here at the new home. But we're learning the ways of the wilderness. Oh no, we're so dumb about a lot of this shit that we're gonna sit in the blazing sun all day at the acre and bring a jacket with us. Because the number said 73. Well, Eric, maybe you should be a little less map trusty at this point and rely on the fact that it's blazing fucking hot to make your decisions. It's like, I don't think we ever processed it. But like, I'm comparing it to like LA hot, you know? It's like, this is nothing compared to sitting in the hot sun in Dodger Stadium at a day game in the middle of late June would be insane. You wouldn't even dream of attempting it. It's like, you know, 4 p.m. start times if I can dig in as far as I'm concerned in Los Angeles. But I expect in Oakland, you know, you're by the bay. It's usually nippy in there, but in the night games we went to, we were cold. So, you know, you can't expect me to anticipate after I have a track record of colds. Why would it suddenly be hot? That doesn't make any sense. And then I'm ready to cold again. It was that way the last couple of times. You know, just how it was before, that's how it's guaranteed to be again. Rachel, is that you?
It's me.
Boy, I had myself a mushroom trip today, huh?
Yeah.
This is I don't remember. I don't know if it's a combination of everything I think it is, but wow.
Apparently so. How are you feeling now?
in a fugue state of I have no idea what's going on. You know. I'm kind of hot.
That makes sense, right?
Oh, look at me to turn the air conditioner back on. But I can't reach it from right now. Basically, asking you to turn the air conditioner.
I can turn it on.
Where are you? I can never tell where the fuck you are from.
I'm in the kitchen.
Oh, okay. That's what I thought. I thought you were down here and not upstairs.
Just turn off what it is.
Yeah, if you just turn the air conditioner on, just put it on. You know, it's like, I don't know how else to describe this. Can you turn the air conditioner from off on? I get it, you're busy right now, probably. And you don't want to come turn the air conditioner on. So I will turn the air conditioner on myself. It's just that, who knows when I'm going to be done peeing. I haven't even started peeing yet. I'll turn the air conditioner on myself. It's fine. I don't know why I told you to do it in the first place. I don't know what I was thinking. Normally I don't do things like tell Rachel to turn on the air conditioning.
What about me?
I mean, I don't know what possessed me to tell you to turn on the air conditioning. I do know why you completely ignored the instruction.
I didn't mean to.
No, I mean, it's ridiculous. Turn on the air conditioning yourself, Eric. Why are you telling me to do it? I have no answer for the question myself. Why did I tell you to turn on the air conditioning? I have no idea. Well, I guess I'm on the toilet, but that's not a good reason to tell you to do it.
Well, I offered.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, you didn't tell me you offered.
I didn't hear you.
Oh.
I was just saying, it's hot. Can you turn on the air conditioning?
I love you.
I love you too. Thanks for being so easy to be with, even in the most impossible circumstances.
Oh, we get along like gangbusters.
Yeah, like, even when the trial was terrible, even when I was trimming balls and telling you to turn on the air conditioner, we still get along just fine. I never have to worry about us.
No, don't. You're right. You don't have to.
I just have to worry about other things. Usually me. Like, what am I doing wrong this time? I don't know. That's usually what I have to worry about. With me. Doing weird things for no reason. Like getting a super long cabled lavalier mic. Oh. And then using it for like months as though it were a good idea. Just, oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? Get a cordless lavalier mic. It's so obvious. How? I mean, that's ignoring right there. At its most horrible. This horrible lavalier mic, I think It's a good idea because it has a long cord. Which is like, that's exactly the opposite of a good idea. That's almost the definition of a bad idea. It's different. It's like a serious mic cable or something, like an XLR cable. It's nice to have 25 feet of it. It doesn't tangle up. This shit is just ridiculous. Like, what do I, how, when did I think this was a good idea? How, when, what was I thinking? And then to go continually use it now for months. So, well, you know, I just gotta pick both cords or I gotta carry around and everything's way more difficult now. Well, that's how it goes. Oh no, Eric. What are you thinking? That's a horrible microphone. And you hate it so much. It makes it so much harder to do anything and everything. A good leveler might actually make things easier, not more difficult. You dummy. I don't know. This is why you can't really trust me with things like this. You just gotta say, let Cameron tell you what it is about it, because I'm gonna probably be wrong about those kind of things. I don't really trust myself in this kind of things, you know. I like to play around with this kind of things occasionally. I used to like to play around with them more. But now it just seems like a chance to hurt my hands. And or my back is sore or whatever. Just like, I'm too old for playing around with shit that makes my back sore. I mean, I get it. When you're locked out of your head on amphetamines and not noticing it, it seems like a great idea to keep belt sanding the shit out of whatever it is you're belt sanding. But probably in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really need to be belt sanded that badly. Yeah. And it might be a lot of fun right now to belt sand the shit out of that, but it's not really actually a particularly good use of your time. If you were to objectively analyze it, you know, should I be belt sanding the shit out of this random piece of wood right now? For no apparent reason. Probably not. I mean, it's not like it's a bad. There's my drink. Oh, you were lost this whole time. And now I have found you. I'm sorry, I was saying things like you to run away. But you were maybe tempted into a life of crime or something, but really, you were just waiting over there by the cat litter ashtray like a good drink. Where you should be, by an ashtray. All drinks, ultimately, one way or another, or buy ashtrays. They're next to ashtrays. It's either, sometimes it's just weed, because you don't want to smoke cigarettes inside. But, you know. The core point here is that drinks and ashtrays go together like Confucius and Saints. A lot. That's how much they go together. They go together as much as the snot I have continually keeps pouring from my body in merciless onslaught. Oh, just stop. Just stop with the runny nose already. I don't like it. You and I have had this conversation before, mushrooms. I understand that I'm your bitch and everything. But cereal, though, I totally even forgot what I was complaining about. That's a problem, mushrooms. You make it like impossible for me to even complain. Nobody wanted this. Nobody wanted to see me bent over the knee of the mushroom gods and humiliated by their multitude of spankages. So much so, I don't even know what a good noun for that group would be called. That's really disabling me at that point if I can't even come up with a good collective noun for something. Ah, what am I even good for then? Just singular nouns. And nobody ever got famous or rich on singular nouns. I like everybody. My only purpose in life is to be famous and rich. So all of my decisions are predicated on, like an ESTJ decision making. Like, obviously, he must have violated my copyright for his own personal profit. Obviously, that's why everybody always does everything, because I'm a stupid fucking TE dome. It's like, if you accidentally caught me, Michelle shocked, attempting to profit, you should play the lottery. You know, the idea that somehow, hey, I found this elusive thing that I was able to find on the internet with a scheme for me to increase my typing business. Oh, only a TE dog could possibly think such a thing. It's so ridiculous. Like, obviously, if you just look at me for 1 second, you should be able to determine if you even have the tiniest possible amount of intuition that I am not interested in having a scheme by which I use Michelle Shock's intellectual property to drive typing business to me. I don't like to work. I don't want more business. I hate working. Well, it's like, I like it and I hate it. It's like, when I have something scheduled for the day, then it makes me be all like disciplined and everything. And like, okay, I gotta make sure I'm in, like, not just there at that time, but I gotta make sure I'm fresh and ready and all that stuff so I can do my job properly. So I gotta like sleep beforehand or whatever, you know. And so I like that aspect of it. And it's like, okay, well, it makes me feel like it makes me feel like I have a job, you know, which is both good and bad, you know, like all jobs. And, you know, it's like you couldn't construct a work that's more pleasant to me than typing sessions. And I still don't want to do them. It's like, okay, well, rather than give me $100, of course, I also, basically, anytime anybody PayPals me anything, I just give a typing session because, after all, I got a PayPal email. So I don't have to do something about it. So, oh God, so many PayPals, man. Now I have to do something. I have no choice but to do it. Because they pay me money. And I do want the money. And it's important for me to have more money and stuff. And I do like doing this job. It's like it couldn't be crafted any more into work that I'm fine with. It's me asking people questions and then telling them who they are, you know, it's like it couldn't be any more crafted to be easy for me, right? And I still don't want to do it because obviously, look, let's put side by side these two things. Thing number one, working on Jeffrey's essay that he has for some unimaginable reason chosen to destroy. It's like, we already fixed this essay. It was great. Last time I saw it, I put a fair amount of work into making sure it was. Now, this pile of wreckage that I see before me looks nothing at all like the nice, tidy thing I left you before. What can you have any questions about this at all? It's like, just do the good essay I did before and told you about. Don't do these terrible ideas. As I told you before, don't do those terrible ideas. Well, we had it removed, all the terribleness. And then I thought the job was done, right? It's like, I think it's great, it's fine. And then he called me later and it's like, I need some more help with my essay. I'm like, what did you do to our good essay? You just took a random hatchet at it. Let's add some like, I'm a victim shit, or let's add some this. Like, no, you have to be purposeful in your essay. It's got to do one thing only. You can't have it do. And it's like, well, we don't know what the essay reader is going to want to read. So, obviously, we want our essay to both be about lobsters and also asking you what it's about. And at the same time, it's also not about lobsters. It's like you can't fucking interface an essay. You have to say something for fuck's sake for a good reason. Words are not. Look, like tonight, this is pure sign that Eric's gotten too far. Because, why? I cannot tell you about my words for the last, I don't know how many hours. I cannot attest to you right now that you should listen to what I was saying. And that's very rarely the case that I cannot attest to that, you know? So obviously, I've gone a little hardcore with the drugs today, but that's fine. This is a temporary, like condition rather than a problem. The takeaway from it is this. Who wouldn't rather be on too many drugs than refix that essay that it was perfect when I left it with you? Obviously, anybody would choose to be on way too many drugs over refixing that essay that I already fixed. I like fixing your essays because you're a smart guy. You're a very smart guy, Jeffrey. You're like the smartest guy I know. But I like fixing your essays, but you can't ignore so much NI all the time. It has to just do one thing. Otherwise, it's shit, you know? It's just the rule of life. It's like when you're making your keyboards, you're like, oh, I want to say a great keyboard, but I'd also like it to kind of be a good chair. Because we don't know what the customer is going to want. We don't know what they're going to want a keyboard. They might want it to be a good chair as well. Well, that's why you don't evaluate things like that. That's a stupid way to evaluate things. You can't write an essay by thinking about what the people who are going to read it want to read. You got to write an essay by telling them what they need to hear. You know? I don't give a fuck what you want to read. I'm telling you what you need to hear. That's what matters, right? Not like, oh, well, I'm a stupid idiot who reads college essays and who really likes to read about people who've had medical problems in the past for some reason. Because, you know, I really can get them a lot of character for some reason. You know, it's like that Barbara Gray song. Dear whatever doesn't kill me. I'm strong enough. Thanks. You know, stop it already with this. Like, I gotta learn from suffering. I do learn from suffering. Oh, I won't make that stupid mistake again. Or, oh, shit, random shit I can't even control makes me sad. But what else is there to say about it, you know? That's why emotions, they don't get a whole lot of talking about them because there's nothing to say about it. It's like, okay, well, it's just shitty and it makes me sad. Okay, well, that's not information. That's just like, you might as well just say, I'm 6'4" and I'm mostly bald. That's not information. Those are just those are just noises you're making. Like, who cares, right? How tall I am, or whether I have hair or not. That's not relevant to anything at all that matters. So, obviously, if you're right about things, you don't care about those things. And you certainly don't have a scheme to use Michelle Shock content from the Internet Archive as a means to drive business to my typing business. Like, you obviously haven't looked at me at all. Even, I don't think she's watched any of the videos that she's saying in her case are examples of harassment. I don't think she's watched any of them. I don't think she thinks it matters what I said at all. I seriously, I don't think she's watched any of them. But she's put into a legal claim that they're harassment. It's like, you haven't cited a single word from any of the videos that you claim are harassing you. You only said, this description is mean to me. Basically, the description of these words he wrote in the description of the video, they're mean to me. And I don't like it. And therefore, he's harassing me with his videos. Of course, if she paid any attention at all to me instead of just her own stupid fucking feelings, she'd know that all of her claims are laughable nonsense that make no sense at all. Because you're not just dealing with some idiot ESTJ or some maybe things that have no intuitive sense can still be fine, you know. It's like, come on. I don't even know what I'm talking about right now, but I'm very sure I'm right about it. Whatever it is. Which, I can't, if I'm not able to attest to you that you should listen to what I was saying and that it was almost certainly correct, then Eric, don't pay any attention to Eric right now at all, because if I can't attest to that, then you shouldn't pay any attention to what I'm saying at all. As you should pay no attention to what anyone is saying at all who can't attest to that. That's a universal rule, you know. It's like, I do hereby affirm what I was saying before was correct, exclusively correct, and those who disagree with it were wrong. I know what I said before, and I know why it was correct, and I know why people who disagree with it are wrong. That is the correct way to do things. If I cannot articulate all those things, then I have no business saying anything at all. Right? If I cannot articulate all of those things, then I have no business making any claims whatsoever. Zero business. This is the problem the universe has, right? People make claims willy-nilly like it's nobody's business, like it doesn't even matter. If you can't articulate all of those fucking things I just specified, you have no business saying anything at all. Just stop saying words. You're not even allowed to use words anymore. because you committed such a crime against them. And nobody likes people that commit crimes against words. Those are the worst kinds of criminals. You can't victimize poor words like that. They've had a tough life as it is. They don't need your abuse to make it any harder. I won't stand idly by and watch words be victimized. But apparently, I will stand idly by in a story where I'm standing outside for no reason and have a chair right there I could be sitting in. Don't know why I'm here. Don't remember why I came outside. You know, all of those normal things that I can normally establish as to why you should listen to me. I cannot establish any of those things right now. So, you should not listen to me right now, obviously. And hopefully, you already had this generalized rule about how to determine whether you should listen to somebody. And not just for me, it's for anybody, right? You probably didn't have it already articulated out like that, because this is the first time I've ever thought about it out like that too, so I can't blame you for that. That's not really your fault or my fault even, it's just how it is. It takes a little time to think things. You know, it's not faster than light. You don't get to avoid science with magical talk with this one. Okay, I hear all your science, but what about this metaphor? Right. Pretty much everybody all the time. Okay, I hear what you're saying. You don't. But what about this dumb metaphor? Well, it's both proof you do not hear what I'm saying, and there's no point in me saying it. But that's dumb metaphor! Okay, ESFP, go play with your metaphor outside, please. I don't want it. You're getting crumbs of your dumb metaphor around my house, you know? It's like, that's not what metaphors are for, you dummy. It's like, we've somehow, by continuing to standardize education, we've somehow convinced a whole generation of idiots that, you know, that's a good thing or something. I don't even know what I'm talking about. I forgot what I'm talking about, but the point is spectacularly illuminating what I'm talking about. Whatever it was, the specifics of it, they elude my grasp. Like the audio file of Michelle Shock's music. Hilariously evade my grasp. Because I'm so grasping, you see. Like everybody, right? I'm grasping all the time. Everything can be explained. It has to be explained. The only possible way to explain anything is to figure out how Eric profits from this somehow. This behavior of Eric makes so little sense to me. But I'm just clearly missing the profit angle that he's somehow seeing here. No, you idiot. I'm smart, so I'm not evaluating things on profit all the time. It's like that's one standard of measurement you can evaluate things on, and it's not mine. And that's fine. I'm not saying you should have mine or whatever. I'm saying, are you so dumb that you can't even conceptualize of somebody not being driven by profit in all their decision making processes? It's like I, it's as close to an actual alien from another planet as I can get to, right? It's like I cannot imagine. I cannot put myself in her place successfully to think to like understand what in the world she's doing or thinking, or it's just like she's a complete alien. I have no idea what could possibly be motivating that woman into thinking like she clearly thinks that oh that's a good idea. That's one of my cool sword moves I've learned. I was just like, oh God, I don't know how you came to be who you are with I can't come up with any understanding of the world that produces outcomes like yours. In that regard, you're like a magical mystery delight to me. I just, it's the most irrational thing I've ever encountered. It's just so stunningly irrational. I, I'm, I don't, it's like I can't stop looking at it. You know, it's like how, what are they thinking? Like, how did you come to that decision to make this horrible legal document and send it to the people? Like, I can't even conceive of a world in which it's like, doesn't she have anybody in her life who's looking at this document and saying, you are not qualified to write these documents. Let's get somebody else to write these documents for you. Like, no, because anybody sane will tell me to stop doing what I'm doing is not going to work. Right? And I don't want to be told to stop doing what I'm doing because I hate Eric so much that even though I got him a copyright strike or whatever, he didn't seem to care. And that just makes me more mad. So I'm going to sue him for $5,000 for harassment in videos I've never even watched. It's insane beyond. It's just, I don't care how spiteful you are. It's like, okay, your spite needs to take some sort of course, right? You could say, fuck the law, I'm just going to go be physically violent against Eric. You could go that approach. You could say, I'm going to do everything in the power of the law to get him. But if you're going to do that, don't be so tragically terrible at getting people with that particular kind of getting, you know? That's the thing that's so confusing. Is her level of spite would be better executed with actual crimes against me, right? She would have been much better off committing crimes against me. Instead, she chose this crazy legal approach that, as though the facts weren't going to ever be questioned by anybody. I don't know. This is why she's such a delightful mystery to me, is because I cannot explain what she's doing at all. I do not know what she's doing. I do not know why she's doing it except that she hates me. And I can't even put myself in any conceivable world where I would be doing what she's doing. So she's a complete enigma. I do not know what to make of this alien. I mean, I get it. You could be like, oh, look, Eric, this is just sad. She's obviously mentally ill, blah, blah, blah. But I don't care how sad and mentally ill or whatever. She's attacking me with, she's, she didn't even ask me to do anything, right? Like, normally, if you're gonna sue somebody, like, hey, you owe me $3,000. Give it to me now, or I'm gonna sue you. Normally, that's how a lawsuit happens, right? You go, you owe me a lot of money because of this particular reason, and if you don't give it to me, I'm gonna sue you. That's how same lawsuits work, right? She didn't even ask me to do anything or for anything at all. She gave me no opportunity to comply with anything. So she is suing me for limited claims of $5,000 in front of the copyright board, which, if I opt in, prevents her from having further action in the federal courts. I do not understand what the hell she's doing. It makes I can't come up with any explanation for what her end game is or what her strategy is or anything. It's like I can't feel like I defeated the opponent if I don't even comprehend what their arguments are. Oh, were we supposed to be counting those baskets? Because I remember her doing yoga. It's like, no, that's fine if that's what you're doing, but you're supposed to be counting the number of points each team has. You can't just, oh, I know I was supposed to be tired, but I felt like doing some yoga. Well, you should never have committed to keeping accurate score of those sporting teams before. I don't even know. The point is, don't listen to me right now at all because of the reasons I've already articulated. The reasons I've already articulated, which I can also now basically establish as the points that I need to establish, technically mean you probably should listen to me right now. But that's not the point. We're not here to test the correct whether we've correctly operationalized our definitions, okay? We're not here to challenge whether or not Eric operationalized that definition correctly. We're just going to look the other way about that. We don't need to worry about that. Okay? It's like, just let an old man be a little floppy sometime. For fuck's sake. I gotta be so nitpicky about everything. I can't even talk right anymore because I don't have any teeth. Have a little pity on me. Where are my cigarettes? I can't even find a cigarette. I don't even know how long I've been looking for one. It could have been billions of years for all I know. It probably was billions of years. That's usually how long something is. If you don't know the duration of time, it's usually billions of years is the answer. So, statistically, I'm going with that one as the most likely outcome. So, anyway, the question, how long have I been looking for a cigarette, is correctly answered with the answer billions of years. So, now we know that, we can move on to factually finding a cigarette, which would be an interesting change in phenomena for us, you know. And thus far, we spent our time just looking for cigarettes. Finding cigarettes is a whole nother kind of game entirely. I think probably a more satisfying game. I don't expect that just looking for cigarettes when I already know where they are. I don't need to find. I've got multiple packs of cigarettes, but I've had this one. It's on top of the thing underneath the gun. Because this is the cigarette I wanted to smoke, I guess. I don't know why. But I'm guessing it's because this is a cigarette my heart really wanted to smoke. But this one. It didn't want to smoke a regular, ordinary, from a box cigarette. My heart wanted to smoke a cigarette as rugged as my heart itself. Namely, this cigarette. It was underneath the rifle, which I probably shouldn't be playing with. But anyway, you know, the point is, I appreciate having all these liberties. I don't necessarily appreciate actually engaging in them. You know, it's important to have the liberties. I don't really like doing those things, I don't think. I mean, I do like the amount of manliness that is conferred onto this cigarette by being underneath the rifle. It's a much more manly cigarette accordingly. But I don't need to actually shoot the rifle or anything. Really. I shot it once. There's plenty of times to shoot it probably. And what more meaning is there to it than I made a little video of me shooting at a target, you know. It couldn't be any more meaningless. That's why those sort of things are not good things to spend your time doing. Like shooting at targets and practicing scales on your guitar. Like, no. You're getting everything wrong. You're doing absolutely everything completely wrong. And I unfortunately have this compulsion to inform you of this, even if it's your life's work or whatever. I put so much passion into this thing. Say, no, it's terrible. You're doing everything wrong. I just can't. It's like I'm not gonna lie to people, and my insight into their subjectivity is obviously vastly more powerful than theirs could ever even imaginably be. So it's it's not it's not a pretty job, but it's an important job. You got to protect the aesthetic landscape from future Dave Matthews. And it's like you don't want to be the one who's responsible for, oh, I'm trying to be cool and I let Dave Matthews go. You know. Then that's on your hands, you know. You've got all that aesthetic holocaust. That's all because you wanted to be cool to Dave Matthews. There's no room for being cool about aesthetics, right? You gotta be brutally honest. It's the only thing that matters at all. It's like that's why I'm not impressed by my own aesthetics at all, you know? Like my very, very, very best work is still worse than the Beatles. So, you know, because I don't lie to myself about shit aesthetically, or anybody else about shit aesthetically, I know I've got hundreds of terrible fucking songs. That's how I work, I guess. Like, I want to write a few good songs. You know what's a good way to write a couple of good songs? Is to write like 200 terrible songs. It's not a good way to write any good songs. It's not a good idea at all. But it's my way. I wonder what the neighbors are thinking, because I have no idea what I've actually been like the last few hours, you know? Is it midnight already? What time did we even get home? I remember us having a conversation about that. We got home at 8:19 because that's keeping track of how much more than 12 hours it was because we left at 8 o'clock in the morning. I thought this should not take 12 hours to get to Oakland and back, even if you watch a baseball game. Even if you go to the mushroom store and watch a day game foolishly without any sunscreen, it should not take you 12 hours. I'm sorry, I have more unreasonable demands for my time scales than that. I expect to also, in addition to a baseball game and 2 directions of trip to Oakland, in that 12 hours, I think we should be able to fit in a boat cruise. We could probably fit in a boat cruise. I'm not going to be on it myself, but I'd like to see it be executed just as an option for the other people. Because I don't like boats doesn't mean I think you shouldn't like boats. I have no opinion about what your opinion about boats is. As naturally, I shouldn't have any opinion about that. Strangely, people don't seem to evaluate whether or not they have an opinion and then to link it to whether or not they should have an opinion about something at all, as far as I can tell. It's like you ask me a question about Braille, I'm going to tell you, I don't know anything about that. You know, right? Because I don't know anything about that. And it's the correct answer to your question. The other people, they don't seem to think that questions and statements are for the same purposes that I think they're for at all. They ask questions like, but do you really know that for really for sure? Because how do you really know anything? Well, I know those aren't questions that are worth answering. You know, I can articulate why those aren't good questions if you'd like, but you won't listen to me. You just keep asking these horrible, like, imitations of questions. And it doesn't matter how much I tell you, that's not how you ask a question. You're not doing anything, right? That's a key thing. It doesn't matter what you're saying or what your position or whatever, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't freaking matter. The question is, are you trying to do something with your language or not? It's that simple. If you're just, I'm really kind of autoeroticizing my metaphors right now. You're not trying to do anything with your language. Stop pretending like your discourse is reasoned and that you're actually accomplishing anything explanatory whatsoever. The purpose of words are to inform people about the actual truth of things, not to just be sounds you make when you're stupid. If, like, earlier tonight, I'm sure my words were not informative in a good way, right? Because I was just in like some fugue state. I couldn't defend what I'm saying because I can't even remember what I was saying. How could I possibly defend it? I was complaining about there being too many strings on me when there were clearly 0 strings on me. I don't care if you're recording me at all. I'm recording myself. I'm live streaming. They're saying like they're recording me or something. I don't give a fuck. By the way, you two are invited to our wedding. It's on July 8th. It's at 6 p.m. Kind of an unfortunate timing. It actually turns out to be the hottest time of the day. But, you know, we're kind of dumb. Anyway, I guess the neighbors don't find my little mushroom trip quite as charming as I do. Well, I'm assuming I do. I don't remember it at all, but, you know. So I'm saying you shouldn't have listened to me right then because obviously I can't meet the criteria according to which somebody should be listened to, you know? Anyway, being too on drugs on a Thursday night is not a crime anywhere I know. You know, it's like, if they want to complain about something, they complain about that horrible lady across the street who's always yelling at her children. That's actually bad, right? No, what I'm doing, which is just insane, maybe, excessively extroverted at midnight on a Thursday, but they could always just go inside their house. You know, they don't have to be out here listening to it. And it's not like I do this all the time. You know, it's a unique occurrence that I'm this out of my head on drugs. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like being out of my head on drugs, but this is an unusually extreme instance of that. That's why I quit drinking, right? So I could still enjoy drugs. But today I probably went a little too hard on the drugs. I think the neighbors are talking loud so that I will hear it, but I'm not entirely sure that's what they're doing. I could just be They could just be having their own conversation over there. I'm not entirely sure. Now I'm kind of wondering. Like, I don't know, but how could they not be talking about what I'm doing when it's just so wild, so freaking wacko? I mean, this is not normal Eric behavior. The problem with it is, if you're like a sensor or something trying to evaluate what's happening here, you go, okay, well, this guy is clearly not in a right state of mind. We might say equivalent to being super drunk or something. So now we have to evaluate it as to whether, like, is he a threat to anybody? Is he harming himself or others? Is he just having fun too loudly and carelessly for our satisfaction, or what? You know. So I get that they want to evaluate the situation. It's definitely non-standard, but it's like a woman giving birth. It's not a medical emergency. It's just non-standard, right? But that requires a lot of intuition to understand how to make those kind of distinctions, and I can't expect that kind of distinction making from other people. It's unfair of me. So, you know, who can blame them for their incorrect reaction to what was stimuli that they couldn't understand, you know? And it's like, I keep forgetting to invite you guys to our wedding. Or not, I keep forgetting. It's like I keep putting it off, going over there and saying, hey, by the way, we're getting married on July 8th. Can you please come to our wedding? I keep forgetting to, I'm not forgetting, I keep putting it out, going over there and doing it. And now I definitely have to go over there and do that because it'll be such a strange conversation. I was like, hey, so you may have noticed me acting super crazy last night. Like, you've never seen me act like that before. I understand that could be a little startling. I'm sorry about my behavior because, I mean, how can I not be sorry about it if I don't even remember it? That's like getting drunk, you know? That's why I quit drinking, is so I don't have those kind of experiences. I don't have this kind of experience. That's why I quit drinking, so I don't embarrass myself publicly all the time. You know, or in addition to the absolute physical brutality of being a drunk, but which is just physically as brutal a torture as anybody can conceive of. You wake up every morning throwing up or dry heaving and telling yourself you are a horrible person and you deserve to die. That's what being a drunk is. You wake up every morning with puking and telling yourself you're a horrible person and you deserve to die. Well, the reason is because People shouldn't have experiences like I had right now, where they're completely disconnected from reality and have no, they can't be accountable for their own actions, you know? People should not have those kinds of experiences, whether it's getting blackout drunk or just fucking as psychedelically just rocked as I was tonight. A combination of everything, violence and people should not do that, right? I should not do that. I should not have done that. My excuse is I did not anticipate that happening. You know, I I do a lot of drugs, and I'm really good at handling them. I there's no way I'm gonna anticipate that happening. It's like half ounce of mushrooms, whatever. You know, I'll probably forget that I'm on them. It's probably what's gonna happen. Oh yeah, I took mushrooms earlier. That's why things look weird a little bit. I took half ounce of mushrooms earlier. Obviously, and there's no explanation for what happened that I could have predicted, right? It's completely. It's like how did that happen on half ounce of mushrooms? It must be some weird connection with bypass or something because I don't know. It's like half ounce of mushrooms. Like, why am I not taking a full ounce? I only thought about it when I had tea. It's like, I guess I don't really want to go very hard. But I kind of want to barely notice it. So I'll just take half an ounce of mushroom. Well, how am I going to anticipate that half ounce of mushroom is going to do that to me? I can't possibly anticipate that. It's completely inconsistent with all of my experience. But I just don't have any experience with mixing blood ants and mushrooms. So it's got it plus the lack of sleep plus taking two Vyvanses instead of one. Like all these other factors plus driving nightmare drive all the time. It was a perfect storm of insanity for me, I guess. So I can't blame the neighbors for complaining about it because I don't remember what it was that they're complaining about. I can't really defend my behavior accordingly. You know, obviously, I'm still very much on a lot of drugs, or I wouldn't be talking about this so much at 12:15 on Thursday night outside on my porch. When I already know the neighbors are mad at me. So I'm gonna blame the drugs for this one, I think. I don't normally like to do that. I like to blame Eric for everything and the drugs for nothing, but it's only fair to do it that way. But in this case, I'm just gonna give myself a mulligan and blame the drugs. Sometimes you can't handle your drugs, Eric, and that's okay. You know, that's fine. Sometimes you can't handle your drugs, it's fine. As long as you don't drink alcohol. You can not handle your drugs all you want, and you're fine. Everything's fine. Because life's not a chaotic spiral of self-loathing and misery. So I don't give a fuck. You know, it's like I'm a sinner. I've sinned. I seek forgiveness for my sins again and again. Because the one thing I know for sure is that I'm not Jesus. And that, like every correct person, I should be more like him. I know that. Even though I don't like certain aspects of it at all. I don't want to forgive those who trespass against me. I do want my trespasses to be forgiven, but I don't want to forgive people who trespass against me in ways that I don't like. You know, like, okay, well, that's fine. Look, I forgive you, fine, but you gotta at least say, my bad, I was wrong, right? You can't just be like, I'm gonna continue enforcing my stupidity on you, and expect me to just be like, okay, I was gonna keep being turned the other cheek and stuff. That's a bad approach to life. You can't deal with things like that. That's just saying, here, let me be your bitch. I love it. You can't interface in the world. That's just, again, just saying, let me figure out how you want me to be your bitch so I can be your bitch better. No, that's not how you can deal with things in the world. That's not a good way to go. You gotta tell the world, no, I don't like that. You are not allowed to do that. I don't give a fuck what you want. Like, that's not important at all. Like, what you feel like right now has zero matters. It doesn't cascade to anything. You know, it's like, it doesn't inform us about anything at all. So, obviously, you're just wasting all our time with irrelevancy. And it's not okay, and I'm going to continue in my hypothetical scoldings of this hypothetical person that I've been engaged in for hours now, I think, because he really needs to be scolded a lot. Apparently. He hasn't gotten enough scolding yet. So, I guess I have to scold him more. That's the only explanation I have for what I'm doing right now. Other than, you know, drug-induced psychosis. See, that's really, if you wanted to explain what's happening right now, I believe the correct medical term would be drug-induced psychosis. Well, you know, if you're gonna have psychosis, obviously drug-induced is the best kind to have. You know, you don't want to have non-drug induced psychosis. That means you're crazy. But drug induced psychosis just means you had too much fun last night. Too much, Eric, and you should not have that much fun because that's not fun. That's just being like a drunk. But again, it's like one of those things where, okay, well, you can't get mad at yourself for making the correct poker decision when it doesn't work out, right? Well, all of life's like that. I didn't make the wrong decision at any point. It just all blew up tragically in my face, you know? It all made perfect. If I had to do the whole thing over again, I'd do exactly the same thing and continue anticipating that this would not happen. it was the correct decision to make at the time based on the information I had. So it's like I can't really be mad at myself. But I feel like obviously, okay, Eric, you should have known better. But see, you were right to take two by Vance because you had a fucking insane day you had to deal with because we had to go to Modesto no matter what. We had to pick up the dress and we had to pick up the ring. So naturally, when we're in Modesto, you don't want to go to Modesto and just come back from Modesto. It's like, why did it's just this torturous drive to this horrible, unremarkable place. They can't seem to give Rachel the dress she bought without multiple return trips from Yosemite all the way to Modesto. You people do not seem to get the fact that we just want you to give us the dress we bought and go so we can go away with it and not come back to Modesto. We hate Modesto. We're not trying to be rude about it to you people who live here in Modesto, but we do not want to come to Modesto ever again. We don't like Modesto. The fact that we couldn't even buy 2 wedding rings at Modesto's fanciest wedding ring shop and get them on the day we put down $1,200 in cash. It's like, how unremarkable a place is this that we have to come back for Rachel's ring because you don't actually have the right ring for her? Are you conspiring with the bridal shop to make us come back to Modesto? Anyway, while you're at Modesto, I mean, the idea of going to Modesto is the whole trip. It was like, it's inherently just stinks of failure. It's like, wait, you went to Modesto and came back today. There's no possible way this is a good story. It's just, it's so laden with stink already that you just can't do anything with it. So obviously, when you go to Modesto, you have to go to Oakland because for reasons nobody can possibly explain. You have Rachel is faithfully following your lead. You have charged us into terrible territory again, Eric. Now we're fans of the worst team in baseball. More specifically, we're co-presidents of a fan club of their defensively good but offensively terrible catcher, Shea Langoliers. It's like, how in the world did we go from what my first words were to, I hate the A's, we're never going to watch the A's, we'll watch the Giants. How in the world did we go from that to Rachel getting sunburned at a day game, rooting against her beloved Yankees, as we sat broiled in the sun to witness an 8-run drubbing by the Yankees? Like, okay. This idea that it would be fun to be an A's fan, it is a lot of fun to be an A's fan. Don't get me wrong. But part of the reason why it's so much fun is it is absolutely brutal to go to Oakland to see a game. It's just, the worst thing about it is not even Oakland. It's just can those fucking flag putters ever complete a job? It's like not every bit of road from Oakland all the way to like Modesto is just in the hands of these insane flag putters. They make like 3 walled lanes that you can't get off for no reason and leaves them like that for months and months and months. What are these flag putters thinking? Will they just stop just putting flags randomly and doing things like, oh, you have to go over here now? Why? I was doing some flag putting here. What are you actually doing, flag putters? Well, I'm making 3. Remember how we used to have 3 lanes that worked? Now we have 3 lanes that don't work. Because we've done a great job of putting flags. I hate those. What is going on? Why are you even a moderator, Boba Fett? You have no business being a moderator. You like your sauce too much to be a moderator. Or I can't make you an unmoderator because I'm not a moderator right now because I'm Eric instead of talking about some other people. Nobody cares about Eric. Eric's just whatever. He doesn't even have the power to unmoderate Boba Fett. But now, host Eric, well, now that I'm host Eric, I do have the power to unmoderate Boba Fett. I know from experience, Boba Fett, you cannot be trusted with moderator power. Whether you just like you butt things or whatever, you cannot be reliably. The only person who can get away with your level of haphazardry is Rachel. She can get away with as much haphazardry as she wants. Endless, infinite haphazardry. I don't give a fuck at all. Because at that point, I don't care about like whatever else. The point is, if it's not Rachel, then I have to be like, be smart about. I don't even think about it. It's just like, this is dumb. I'm not gonna do that dumb thing. Like, this guy's too sloppy. That's all I think about it. It's not worth any more of my attention. Well, I seem to be talking about it a lot right now. This is why you shouldn't listen to me right now. Because I don't think I should listen to me right now. I don't think I should listen to me right now. I definitely don't think you should listen to me right now. Because I may not be a very good judge of a lot of things. But if you pull me aside from whatever and you say, can you judge this accurately? I can't judge it inaccurately. If you ask me to judge something from a biased perspective, I'd just be like, can you just choose this one? It's not even making a choice. You're just saying, make that one. Why even have me involved at all? You just do it yourself then. Yeah. You're asking me to be a judge, or you're saying, pick the thing I want to pick. That's not judgment. It's just picking things. It's like, I picked that one, and I picked this one. That's not judging things. That's just picking things. You know, I pick this eggplant. It doesn't tell us anything about the eggplant, about why you picked it, about whether you should have picked it, about anything about picking in general. It doesn't tell us anything about anything. You just picked an eggplant. It just tells us that you picked an eggplant. You know, we don't learn anything from that. None of us benefit from you picking things. Except maybe you, but that's fine. You can benefit from picking things all you want. But what I'm saying is, picking things is not a form of judgment. Yeah. It's great for, I think people in general spend more time picking things, but I'm not gonna try to impose that as a standard, like a law that people have to follow. You know, picking things is fine. It's the point. I'm not trying to critique picking things. Is my point. I think picking things is important, but it's not a form of judgment. I pick things all the time. If you think I'm not a picker of things, you're wrong. I like to pick things too. Like, you know, earlier I went to the fridge and I picked an iced tea instead of a beer. But you know what I didn't do? I didn't execute any deliberative or judging processes. I just picked something. And this is the difference between picking things and deliberating about things and using judging processes that can possibly be validated as judgment, distinct from something that's not judgment. You can't distinguish between the two things, then you're just being like Eric tonight, just on way too many drugs and talking nonsense, right? There's no point in that. You're just gonna piss off the neighbors or worry them or confuse them or whatever. So, and you can't blame them for being worried, angered, confused, or whatever because of how you behave. But, and continue to. It's very clear to me right now. I'm on too many drugs. I'm not paying any attention to what anybody else is saying at all. I just keep cycling around the same things over and over again for no purpose myself. Here I am complaining about how people don't use discourse correctly for hours in this comically tragic display of the very lack of self-awareness I'm critiquing. Oh, if it wasn't so much a product of being on too many drugs, I'd almost admire it. But I can't because obviously this isn't acceptable. Being like this is not a good thing. This is okay, that's going too far. Now I have a good example of that. So, how can you admire your, like, well, I was thinking drunk and, rolling around in my own vomit and piss. I actually came up with something pretty good. No, you're not paying attention to what matters there. What matters in that case is you should be condemning yourself for your failure in handling your drugs and not worrying about anything else. Certainly not admiring your handiwork. So, in fact, that's all I seem to be doing here is admiring my own tragically unself-aware handiwork. I can't possibly think that it's a good thing, you know? Yeah, like, tweakers sometimes make crazy, weird things with so much detail on them. That doesn't mean those things are good, or most of all, it doesn't mean that it was a good use of their time. So the point is, you know, stream of consciousness flow, Jack Kerouac, blah, 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 blah. That's just a lack of editing and a lack of NI. In this instance, too much SE, too little NI, right? Like, I just keep displaying all the doing shit, either talking or doing things. Obviously, unhealthy drug psychosis rate. And I can't even stop myself from doing it. I don't know any conceivable way to even process it because every processing means I have processing it is part of the problem. Um, just being on too many drugs and just doing what I do when I'm empowered by being on drugs. Just be Eric. I just go around in a circle forever unless I stop being on too many drugs. So, how does one stop being on too many drugs? Well, there are two primary ways to do that. Number one is to go to bed. And that's the number one answer. Of course, that's not the answer that I want to hear. I don't want to hear go to bed and then you'll stop being so crazy here. I want to hear about what's my other options besides going to bed that will also make me less on too many drugs. Well, part of the problem here is sleep deprivation is one of the drugs I'm on, but I don't like that drug. And I can't seem to resolve that drug in any way except for sleeping. It's a bad drug. It's just pure gack. There's no good part to sleep deprivation, really. It makes you mentally slow and or you just think, well, sometimes it makes you kind of disjointedly creative, but that's not a good thing. You want, like I said, it's not in service of some sort of archetype or whatever its point is. So, I mean, the number one thing in life, you want to make sure you don't end your whole life this tragically. Number one rule in life, don't Bill Walton. Don't talk about the old days and how great those people were and how great you were and pay no attention to what's actually going on in front of you. Don't Bill Walton. Don't destroy basketball games with your stupid and unwanted reminiscing and overstating the significance of your own personal past shit when there's a basketball game going on. Don't Bill Walton. That's number one rule in life. Respect whatever it is enough that you're not so enamored with telling stories about something that happened to you on a story yesterday that you don't even care about the thing you're supposed to be caring about, right? Don't Bill Walton. That's rule number one. That's not caring about what you're supposed to be caring about. It's relevancy blindness syndrome, and it's worse in the most offensive fashion. That's rule number one in life. Don't Bill Walton. Could also, but it's a different rule. Rule number two. No matter whatever happens, don't Dave Matthews. Dave Matthews is different than Bill Walton. If you Dave Matthews, you're so bad at evaluating aesthetics that not only do you think your band is good, but you email your fans opportunities to buy your terrible visual art. Because, after all, what else does one do with money, power, and fame except make small businesses to exploit their fans? That's naturally what one does. It's like, look, I have inexplicably been given all this power, fame, money, and recognition as a talent that I totally don't deserve, but I correctly attributed it all to my TE way. You know, well, it's because I'm smarter. Well, I've learned how to, you know, be a good band. That is to say, put a lot of shows out and make a lot of money. I got a huge email list, and now I'm empowered because I'm Jay Matthews and because I get to actually, I have an opportunity to personally try to sell shit, that terrible shit that I made, to my fans who've already bought my other terrible shit. So, this is pretty special territory we're in here. I'm James Matthews, and I obviously have no idea what money is for. It's not to make more small, dumbass small businesses to exploit your already tapped with no regard for any sense or fairness. Money is for doing shit like Rachel and I do, right? Money is so you go to Oakland and stupidly sit in the second row in the day game and not even think that you might get sunburned even though Rachel's super pale. That's what money's for. It's not for making more small businesses so that you can make more money so that you can make more small businesses so you can make more money. You need, talk about lacking a central point, right? You need to have a purpose besides just this. Well, the purpose is it's going to open up more revenue opportunities for me, which you'll then use to, well, I mean, that's going to empower us to do all kinds of things. We can market more, we can position our product better. Just having that additional revenue stream is just really empowering to us. You're supposed to be making music that's good, not running some sort of rock band business. Like, That's why everything you do is so terrible and wrong. Because you are David Matthews. You are missing the point about everything all the time and getting everything completely wrong. So those are the two rules in life. Don't Bill Walton and don't Dave Matthews. And then you should be fine. As long as you avoid all and any similarity to Bill Walton and all and any similarity to Dave Matthews, you should be fine. At least you'll be protected against relevancy blindness syndrome, which both of them suffered from. They never got over it. They didn't even accept their diagnosis. You know, it came from multiple respected physicians. And I don't have relevancy blindness syndrome, which of course is what every single person who has relevancy blindness syndrome is destined to say forever, because it's a symptom of their syndrome. They can't tell what's relevant. They don't know what's determinate. And they don't think anything should ever be determinate. So, that's why rule number one in life is don't Bill Walton. Rule number two is don't Dave Matthews. They're both guilty of different forms of the same crime. Not caring about what matters, and instead caring about the wrong thing in a way that does harm to everybody. In Bill Walton's case, he's ruining the basketball game for everybody. In Dave Matthews' case, he's making me injure myself with my double-faced palms. So that's not okay. He's apparently getting complete morons to pay him money for stupid shit. But, you know, that's not unique. It's like, I'm going to condemn you for something that needs to be unique to you. It can't just be a general thing. Well, you get idiots that give you money. I mean, it's like, everybody with me does that. They want to get idiots to give them money. I don't want to get idiots to give me money. I don't like it when people give me money. I feel like, well, if you give me money, I have to do something that makes that justified. You know, like, if you give me X number of dollars, then, you know, you own that hour of work. You own me for that hour, you know. That's just how life works. That's why I don't like people to give me money, because I don't like to have any of my hours owned by anybody except me. I'm not even sure if I like to own my hours, as indicated today. I'm not doing a very good job of owning them. And it continues to be demonstrated right now. And I'm feeling very stomach sad. Like my stomach is really gonna poop a lot. I don't even know if there's any charge on the phone. I could just be just talking to nothing for hours and I don't even notice the phone in there. I don't even know. So I'm a little concerned to look what happens when I get to the other side of this wall and look at the phone. Is it even there? figment of my imagination? Is all of life just this horrible stomach sentence that I really know is gonna translate into horrible, soft, hot poop? Oh. I mean, the thing is, soft, hot poop is all for everybody to love here. The thing is, it's gotta associate with you the relief of discomfort that you know needs to be relieved because your stomach's not having it. I don't blame my stomach for not having it because I'm disappointed in my behavior as well. So why shouldn't my stomach be disappointed in it? Hopefully, this horrible poop will teach me an important lesson. This horrible stomach pain will also teach me an important lesson. Don't try to just, I'm just gonna go hard. Don't be like that, you dummy. It's like, yeah, it's fun to super tweak out, kind of, on violence that you don't really get yet. It's like you don't quite, I don't understand violence yet, or understood Adderall. Took Adderall for such a long time, I understood it completely, all of its goods and bads. But I don't understand violence at all yet. And I'm like, well, I'm gonna take two of the maximum dose. Because, fuck yeah, I'm loving this. I'm so strong. I'm just like up all night long. I'm just like, oh. That's not a good thing, you stupid idiot. It's just you just not choosing to have the reins adequately. Yes, it's a lot easier than being on less speed. Nothing could be easier than being on more speed, right? It's the easiest thing in the world. It's always easier than being on less speed, but that's not a good reason to just always take, well, I want to just be on as much speed as possible. No, it doesn't work like that, you dummy. You know this already. You know how to take speed, and you're just a little bit, you're a little bit of an egg slut right now for violence. And you're making some decisions that I'm not sure you're going to be proud of yourself in the morning for making. Because you're so sprung on this guy violence right now. It's like, don't normally let guys both fuck you in the ass and pee in your mouth? Are you sure this guy really likes you? I mean, I am so into violence right now. I just like, I didn't realize before how much I really wanted violence to pee in my mouth. I thought that I wouldn't want that, but turns out it's just fantastic. Wait a second. So, you can be a little taken with the charm of a handsome new suitor like Violence. Especially when your other relationship with Adderall, he was such a horrible boyfriend to me. And Violence is like, that's a real gentleman. You're like, okay, seem to respect me. Unlike that horrible Adderall. You know, it gives promises for like a few hours, and I just feel like, now I'm just normal again, except you're irritated. Great. Now I'm grumpy from lack of sleep, irritated, and otherwise normal. And I get that for like a week as the cost of those one night plus a day worth of tweaking out pointlessly on something. So Adderall is increasingly a terrible deal. Naturally, I have battered wife syndrome. I expect the drug to treat me terribly. So when it's actually a decent human being, like, oh my God, you're the greatest drug ever. No, you just have gotten abused by a bad drug before. That doesn't mean a non-abusive drug like violence is some sort of special hero or something. It's just the minimum you should require of everything is to not be abusive. So, anyways, I'm glad I cut that person out of my life Adderall. Because I've got a lot more self-esteem now than I used to. I don't let myself be treated like that anymore. Now that I've gotten to experience with a healthy relationship with your amphetamine of choices, I'll never go back to being a victim in an abusive relationship like that again. Nevertheless, that doesn't mean I should allow for me to be abusive. That should never be the case. So, apparently, I had a little bit too much of a rollicking good time. Assuming Finance was having the same rollicking good time. But actually, he was probably telling me, hey, I'm not really into this. Maybe you should stop, you know. I should have listened. Because now I feel like finance doesn't respect me as much as it used to. And I can't blame it. Because I've been a little bit of a whore. But I don't even think about it. I don't care if Adderall respects me. Adderall doesn't even deserve to have an opinion about whether it should respect me or not. I don't respect it. That's the proper position on that. I didn't know how terrible it was. A dumbass side person had to experience things to believe that. Oh, this is good speed. I guess it's the speed I have. I don't want to change it because that'll be different than the speed I have. Well, I was taught by the wisdom of smart intuitives who were smarter than me. No, little Eric. It's okay. It's safe. You can let go of Adderall and try something else. And once I understood that I was nurtured, it was safe. That's when I truly came to grow as a human being and as a lover in my relationship with drugs. When I got to, it's not just about me, what about their feelings? I'm not really taking their feelings into account. I'm just running roughshod with their fun, not considering whether they want to be done that way. They don't. They don't want to be done like this. They want to be done in a way that would make an alcohol commercial proud. They want to be enjoyed responsibly. Not irresponsibly, like I'm currently enjoying them. This should be a lesson to you all. I sit on the toilet, you're probably not even there because there's not any electricity left. And I just continue talking for no reason. Just let this be a lesson to you all. Don't be like Eric. Don't do too many drugs that you go completely batshit crazy. That's not a good idea. We've been focusing on that reality for quite a while now. So I think I'm starting to process it correctly. Indeed, this was not a good idea. But again, it wasn't my idea, you know. How would I have this idea? I don't even know how anybody would have this idea. It's not an idea you can have, even. It's something that happens when you least expect it. I was just walking down the street, minding my own business, but all of a sudden, I discovered that I was on all of these hard drugs, like way more hard drugs than I was prepared to handle. And through no fault of my own, obviously, I had a bit of a drug-induced psychosis that was kind of a problem. But, you know, like I said, I was just walking down the street minding my own business. I had no reason to expect this to happen. So, I don't know how to feel about it exactly. I know I definitely, you know, it's going hard. I mean, it was like in opposition to what we said initially, so let's just take one a day. But it was for a very good reason. Like, we're about to have the most crazy day in history. We're gonna go to Modesto, then to Oakland, mushroom tour, watch a baseball game, and drive back in vastly worse travel than they anticipated. Because, of course, we don't waste our time thinking about important things like that. We waste our time thinking about things that matter. And those kind of things are not things like, should we bring sunscreen, or did we anticipate road closures or something? You know? We're not gonna spend our time thinking about pointless stuff like that. Unfortunately, those are the only things in life that actually matter, even though they're all horrible. So, that's why I'm so bad at everything. And that's my explanation for this mind-bogglingly huge avalanche of failure you see before you. And once you have it all explained, it makes perfectly good sense. And you realize, oh, that's not a mind-bogglingly large avalanche of failure. That's actually, I guess, a preferable choice? I don't really have an explanation for that. It's almost like failing continually and catastrophically is a preferable alternative to every other alternative, because all those alternatives suck ass even more. Fortunately, I don't feel very attached either way to the outcome. So, it doesn't really matter to me. Right now, it just seems to be a symptom of my psychosis more than anything else. These words, you know. They certainly can't be relied upon informationally. So, you know, when it feels to me like I'm doing some sort of work here, I'm actually trapped in some kind of psychosis loop and doing nothing with my language except annoying everybody and demonstrating what drug-induced psychosis looks like. Well, that's an unfortunate place to operate from, because you can't really do anything with it intellectually, and it has no solvency within itself available to it. The only solvency is actual world things like going to bed. I don't like things like that. They require concrete action to accomplish what they claim is, you know, well, this is going to happen if we do math. Well, I don't like those kind of things. Your prediction may be rock solid. It is true that I will be less psychotic if I sleep. But why are we talking about changing the physical reality? Let's just talk about evaluating it as it stands as a board. If we're pretending like things down here can move around at will, it doesn't matter, like, okay, well, but I thought you said that you needed to get sleep or something. Well, I did say that. Okay, but now you're like, go to sleep. But we're still trying to evaluate your statements about sleep as arguments. So you're getting ahead of yourself, Mr. Go to sleep guy. We're not looking for you to tell me what to do. We're looking to explain why I'm psychotic. What we need is a correct explanation, not you telling me to go to bed. Like everything that matters in life, the only real solution to it is a correct explanation. Every other attempt to even consider the thing is counter-solvency, because you're not explaining it properly, and how can you possibly solve the problem? So, yes, it is true that I am currently psychotic. And yes, it may be true that the way to stop being psychotic, one way that would be efficient to stop being psychotic would be to go to sleep. Like take a hydrochloroquine or something. It would probably be good. Probably should have been given a hydrochloroquine a long time ago. Because that is known as a trip killer. That's why I didn't say like, oh hell no, I don't want a clone, I'm taking mushrooms. But the thing is, in this instance, that would have proved very helpful. In fact, it will right now. I'm going to solve my psychosis by taking a half a Klonopin rather than just cycling around it indefinitely. Okay. It's not fun actually studying how to use electricity at all, or even it's so light for me. It seems impossible to me that it would be the case. That we're even still live streaming. But apparently we are. Huh? The thing is, like, who managed plugging in the phone and stuff? Certainly it couldn't possibly have been me. Anyway, I gotta have a comment. I just figured something very important out. The answer to all these questions. Yes, being psychotic is fun. Not for anyone else. Just for me. It's just fun for me. It's not fun for anyone else. And that's why I should take Clonopin instead of being psychotic. Please adjust the kitty's position? I mean, kitties position themselves. I'm not trying to tell them where to sit or whatever. She's just right there during the thing. I don't know what it is right now. She might be contributing to one of her favorite charities right now. I'm not sure. I'm not an expert at reading her body language. But I think she's either contributing to a charity or maybe arguing with somebody about immigration. It's hard to tell. Kitties don't need help being told where to sit. That's for sure. Kitties can decide where to sit just fine by themselves. They don't need my assistance with that. They might need my assistance with giving them pets and foods and wonderful love. They need my assistance with that. I don't think they need my assistance with where to sit. So, naturally, everybody's going to be like, okay, I'm concerned. Eric's clearly psychotic, and what should we do? Well, The answer was right in front of me the whole time. Take a half a Klonopin, and you won't be psychotic anymore because it will kill the mushrooms. It'll also make you less thwacked out because it'll kind of counteract the amphetamines. Or at least chill you out, you know. How long I sat on this toilet pointlessly for? At first I thought I was gonna poop. And it's like, no, you don't have to poop at all anymore. You're fine, actually. Your stomach's fine. But you do have to pee. But I've been sitting here for such a long time now, forgetting why I was sitting here, that I might as well just stand up. So, I'm gonna try to go pee now, I think. Now that I'm not so psychotic, thanks to both time and benzodiazepines, most importantly. Probably I can successfully go pee more. I guess is what I'm going with that. I mean, like, now that I'm not psychotic, there's not really any ongoing things to be concerned about. Like, I was very concerned about assorted ongoing things that didn't make any sense. Like me having strings on me. I really felt like I had a lot of strings on me. It was annoying. It's kind of like having spider webs all over you. Well, I mean, now you're dealing with the same human being, right? The last, I don't know how many hours exactly since I took the mushrooms, basically, you've been dealing with somebody on a psychotic break. So, obviously it's concerning, and people are going to be concerned, but, you know, sometimes people go a little psychotic. And then, when you're super psychotic, it doesn't occur to you, like, take a benzo. It just doesn't even occur to you. You're not even thinking anything, right? Just going around in a circle, going around in a circle. I didn't even remember what I was saying at all. It was just this psychotic freaking psychosis. So, I don't know what to say about that. I did a bad thing? Because being psychotic is not good. And obviously, I caused my psychosis, but even now in the aftermath of it, here where Klonopin into sanity, I still don't really know how to feel about it. And I probably won't for a while, you know. I've never had anything like that happen to me before. I didn't even recognize it as what it was until late in the game. It was distinct from a drug trip, right? That's the thing is, I should have been able to recognize that this was not a drug trip because it bore no resemblance to a drug trip that I would expect from eating a half ounce of mushrooms. obviously, with all the various things going on yesterday, with the Oakland shit, the stress on our physical bodies, etc. Combination of too much amphetamines and a bunch of other things. Caused psychosis that I did not think I was really susceptible to, but I used to think that about. I used to think anxiety attacks, or like, what do they call it? I forget what they call it. Panic attacks, that's what they call it. I think panic attacks were bullshit, because, of course, I've not experienced one, and I'm an SI idiot. But when I experienced one, after my dad killed himself, and then I thought, for a variety of different whatever reasons, it doesn't matter, but I thought, oh no, my not tending to my aunt's emotional needs adequately is going to cause her to kill herself. And I had this horrible panic attack. It was very much a fugue psychosis state. And I'd never experienced anything like that before. But that, unlike this, that experience of a panic attack made it impossible for me to do anything. It's like I tried to back out of the driveway trying to figure out how to go to Delilah's house. I couldn't figure out how to back out of the driveways. I've never experienced anything as debilitating in my ability to accomplish anything, including saying any words. Unlike this psychotic, and it's like, this is genuine psychosis. That stuff is not. That's like I can no longer trust any of my skills to do anything, but something needs to be done, and I'm just like, That's situational. It's not psychosis. Actual psychosis looks like what you witnessed tonight. I don't know what to do with that at all. Like, should I be angry at myself? Should I condemn myself as somebody who did something you shouldn't do? Should I say, I've learned something from this experience that I can apply to the future, that I won't make this mistake again, or something like that? It's a very complicated event to have happened that I have to process. Foremost, there's this re-narrative cascading going on where it's like, okay, you engage in this thing thinking, oh, I'm going to have this kind of fun. And then the kind of fun you had was that kind of fun. Except it turned out it wasn't. You know, when you're properly having that kind of fun, it's fun for people other than just you. You're not just this crazy burden on everybody else because you're completely out of your mind. That's, even if you're finding that fun, you shouldn't be. And you were wrong about it being fun. It's like, that's the one thing that wasn't insane in my psychosis at all, was my diagnosing of myself as psychotic. This is clearly psychosis. I can't meet any of the standards that I would expect myself to meet in order to listen to me in this instance, so I must be psychotic. And eventually, accordingly, I correctly prescribed myself hydrochloroquine. Eventually, you know. But when you're psychotic, even if you're fundamentally rational like me, you're playing on a fundamentally irrational field. So it's a dicey journey to figure out what's going on and how to solve it or address it at all. You got this person who's clearly just this raging ball of doing what they want, right? And clearly not considering the impacts of their actions. I have to evaluate them as though they were blackout drunk. And then you deal with the aftermath of it, you know? It's like, well, the neighbors don't like us anymore. That's for sure. So, is that because of my bad decision making? I guess. It's a really complicated equation. I don't even know how to begin addressing it, really. Most of all, I think if I could have clarity about how I'm supposed to feel about it, then I know everything I need to know. Like, okay, this is the proper feeling I should have about having had the psychotic break. In other words, am I a survivor, a dignified survivor? Or am I an embarrassed drunk who got blackout drunk? You know? Huge difference. And so I need to know how to feel about this. So I need to feel angry at myself because I was stupid and not just being like, I'm just gonna keep just indulging myself indefinitely because I'm just stupid. Or I mean, it's weird because well, you can clearly establish the causal link between my behavior and the psychosis. The problem is I can't establish a good reason why I should have expected it to happen. It's like, yes, from a third party perspective, behavior clearly caused the psychosis, right? But if you change the frame of reference into a decision making frame of reference, I don't know. I feel like if I'm the adversarial attorney, I don't have much to work with. You know, like basically I can't establish that I should have known that this would happen. And the inability to establish that, it makes it very difficult for me to know how to feel about it. If I can't establish that I should have known this would happen, and I don't think I can establish that, then I am completely at a loss for how to feel about it. No, I'm not returning Boba's best wrench. Is that what you guys are caring about and thinking about? No, I was correct about that. I don't care how psychotic I was. My analysis of Boba Fett's fitness for a wrench is 100% not psychotic. He is too cavalier to be in possession of a wrench. At best, too cavalier. That's being possibly generous. So, I stand by my rejection of Boba Fett's qualifications for moderator status. I don't care how batshit crazy I was when I was explaining it. That was 100% accurate. I even from a strong psychosis, I can accurately assess Boba Fett's qualifications as a moderator. Which are, no, you should not hire this guy as moderator. That's what I would say. If you asked me to write you a letter of recommendation for another channel. Okay, well, Eric, I know you don't want me to be a moderator on your channel, but can you at least recommend me to be a moderator on some other channel? I'd say, dear some other channel, you should definitely not let Boba Fett be a moderator. That would be my letter of recommendation. Yeah, oh yeah, I'm back as soon as I took a half a Klonopin. I mean, it took 5 minutes or so for it to kick in, but it was pretty obvious to me. Oh, I'm not psychotic anymore. I should have done this many hours ago and taken this half a Klonopin, or even a full one, you know? Obviously, the problem here is I'm Eric. I don't trust anybody else to make any diagnoses about anything, and I'm psychotic. So, who's gonna be able to get me to take whatever when if based on their opinion about things when I can't even? I think I'm covered with strings. You know, how am I gonna possibly be dealt with in that context? Nobody's gonna be able to deal with me because I'll be both psychotic and correct. It's just impossible to tell me to do anything at that point. I'm just this menace of insanity. So I had to figure out myself, like, yes, you've established now for several hours, apparently, that you are, in fact, psychotic. So now you've spent so much time establishing that, perhaps you can think of a solution to that. That's not just explaining it again in an endless circle of pointlessness. How about that, Eric? And finally, somehow, I pulled a little scrap of TE. Actually, it solves the problem. Took me many hours to find the very small scrap of obvious TE that would solve the problem. But that's psychosis for you. You're not in your right state of mind. So it's like, yeah, I'm embarrassed, but should I feel bad is really the question. That's the most important question, and it's one I can't answer. If I can't establish that I should have known this would happen, or that I should have anticipated a reasonable chance of this happening, or something like this happening, then it's like act of God, you know, I may be liable for my accident in some sense, but I can't be morally accountable for a crime. So, you know, I might feel bad if a lightning strike causes my tree to fall on your land. I might regret that that happened, but in no sane universe can I be said to be correctly held accountable for wrongdoing. So in this instance, it's really tearing at the fabric of my understandings of things, right? Because it's like, according to my basic paradigm, I've never encountered anything like this. Every time there's a big fuck up, it's always necessarily, definitionally, my fault. Who else's fault could it possibly be? I'm the one taking the action, right? And in this instance, I guess something that looks just like a textbook classic Eric fuck up. Oh, great. Eric said he's just gonna have one glass of wine and now he's rolling on the ground, fucking blackout drunk and babbling gibberish. It looks just like a classic Eric fuck up. But I'm pretty sure it's not. It's something else. So I know how to deal with a paradigm in which things make sense. Obviously, the only person who can ever be responsible for my actions is me. And I'm always responsible for my actions, no matter how much drugs I'm on, because I chose to be on all those drugs, right? But the thing is, I chose to be on all those drugs, for sure. But I did not choose to be psychotic, and I cannot reasonably expect myself to have known that that was going to happen. Even though, from a third party's perspective, you might say one could reasonably predict that as happening. From a decision making perspective, I couldn't. So you can see how like resistant to resolution the matter is, right? Because I need to know whether I'm guilty of something. Everybody should need to know that constantly, right? But if you don't know that, you can't know anything. Am I guilty of some wrongdoing? We all commit wrongdoings all the time, mostly very small. The only thing that matters is whether you're honest about them with yourself and others. And most importantly, the other thing I was going to say. I'm so tired. I just need to go to bed at this point. You know, it's like, okay, Eric, you're no longer psychotic. Um, do you have to continue being so stubborn? Well, you know, stubbornness isn't a symptom of psychosis. You can be stubborn and it'd be healthy. I was like, I don't know what to do with this. It's like, of course I need to know if I'm guilty of something. I can't make any further determinations unless I know that. And normally, in any sane universe, you always know whether you're guilty of something. Like, my initial assessment tonight was, okay, I'm definitely guilty of something. We can just look at the outcomes and know that I'm not doing something that's okay. What I'm behaving like is not acceptable, right? And in every previous instance I can think of, it's always been an anticipatable, predictable consequence of my own bad decision making. But in this instance, it's different than every other instance before. But it'll probably also be difficult for other people to understand the distinction because they've seen me blitzed out online on mushrooms before, probably, and behaving kind of similar. And like the hardcorest part, I take a bunch of mushrooms and I'm just sort of lost in laughing about nonsense or whatever. So you've seen stuff that's very similar looking before. I mean, And like once I figured it out, kind of, I never questioned the accuracy of my conclusions, but they might be wrong, you know. Just because I figured out how it works doesn't mean it works properly. You know, it might work poorly, it might work counterintuitively in a way that produce opposite outcomes as it wants. It might produce, as like most things, a slew of unanticipated, unintended consequences, and on its purported benefits, you can only attain them if you skew the data gathering so much that you've lost any possible sight of what you're trying to accomplish. That's most people's advocacies. Just slews of unintended consequences and kind of desperate confusion that comes with a lack of clarity about what you're doing and how to do it. Most of all, what you're doing, right? That's what's lacking in almost everything, is the clarity from the person that's manifesting some sort of thing in our reality or whatever fashion. They don't know what they're doing. Like, they don't have a clear perspective. They're doing this and not that. So, in the absence of knowing what you're doing, you cannot possibly do it right. It's this weird kind of, I guess you call it a sensor faith that we don't need to know what we're doing. We're doing something, and that's enough. It's not enough, and that folksy aphorism is the cause of savagery the world around. So, like, when I was psychotic, I did not know what I was doing. What is my purpose of whatever it is I was saying is not, there was no teleology to it. It had its own satisfaction cycle of just being consistent with things Eric thinks and says. You know, it just, the lack of teleology, the lack of a clear knowing of what I was doing and why I was doing it, are what made it psychotic instead of just a drug trip. Because even when I'm super hardcore on drugs, I don't think I really expect to ever lose clarity about what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. may regret some of my dues, or choices, or whatever, but I expect none of them to remove from me my capacity to know what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. I thought I had successfully anticipated ways in which that could happen and eliminated them by eliminating drinking alcohol. I thought I could avoid blackout drunks completely. Obviously, I'm still not in the state of what you call baseline mental wellness. I can tell myself right now that I'm not quite sane right now, you know. Oh God, but that made me so much more sane. I can't even begin to describe it. It's like, it turns out that I wasn't psychotic. I just had so much poop in me that it literally drove me out of my mind. The thing is, I knew this poop was coming before. Remember when I was psychotic, I was talking about it, how important it was. Of course, it wasn't going to come until giving up the ghost on the psychosis. Now, while it was a thoroughly unpleasant experience for you on a sensory level, just be glad you don't have to smell it. And know the satisfaction that I know, that you know one feels when one has pooped out a serious, hot enemy poop like that. Your whole body feels like, okay, you've done some good work here. We've purged from our body that horrible, hot, stinky poop. We put a little cross sign and say, now I never will not be so blessed, may this hot, horrible poop never come again. It will. You're gonna have a lot better pooping habits than me. You want to prevent things like that from happening. You gotta poop like every day. Every time you feel a little possible maybe to poop, you gotta just sit down and just say, hey, I'm gonna put 20 minutes into this. This is the problem I have. I'm not that patient for my poops. I'm becoming more patient because I'm getting older. I have to sit here to pee. Sometimes it takes me a long time to start to pee. Sometimes it doesn't. I think mostly it's like I get distracted thinking about things. Regardless, that makes me more patient with my poop, I think. At least I can say it's an angle of potential positive growth there. At least hypothetically. I could try to piggyback off my slow peeing habits into better pooping habits, I suppose. But probably it's just window dressing on a nothing, you know? Like you can dress it up as much as you want, go and poop. This time you did a good job of going poo back. You seem to have pooped out all of your poops. However, I'm going to condemn you at the same time because you are currently doing as well a job as you did with pooping, you're doing as poor a job with peeing. You've had to pee for quite a while, and for some reason you're in there sitting in the toilet, you have not peed. So, this is all part of the non-psychotic reality we call the human body. Very concrete. It doesn't involve a lot of going around in circles. Once you poop all your poop out, there's no more poop inside. You poop out. Now that you go in circles it up. Very concrete. Very SI. And everything about me right now is very disgusting. But disgustingly particular and non-psychotic, which is great. I obviously don't want to be psychotic. And I'm just gonna have to go to bed after I pee. Oh, I'll smoke a cigarette, you know, kill a little time outside, trying to process this whole event. Then I just need to go to bed. I started taking more like half of Rachel's prescription of Klonopin, which is not what I would like to do ideally, but I typically find if I want to have a healthy relationship with amphetamines, kind of needs to incorporate some benzos. Benzos help prevent like iffy things from becoming problems. They solve problem things, as you can see here. There, obviously, there's a big problem like today. Benzos are there to make you sane, you know, it's like, that's what they do. They say, all this wild psychotic shit, we've got no time for that. It's time now for going to bed. That's what Klonopin says. You after all this, of course, I'm fucking stubborn as fuck. I smoke a cigarette, maybe drink a little bit of a drink before I go to bed. I think about how I should feel about this and so I'm very stubborn. Even in the face of the wisdom of Klonopin. And accordingly, I don't think I'm even done pooping. And I still haven't peed. This is what your physical body's like. It's telling you, it's going right along with everything. Right now, my physical body is saying, you are about as digestively healthy as you are mentally healthy right now, Eric, which is to say, not very much at all. Oh, God. I just pulled out my pants, and I had to sit back down and poop. Okay. Oh. Oh, God. Oh. Somehow, this all fits together in some weird thing. I don't know. But I am paying for it digestively. In the most extreme way imaginable. And as a bonus, I ran out of toilet paper. Rachel, my darling?
Yes?
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry about the psychosis.
I think you didn't need to apologize for that.
I'm not sure if I do or not. But regardless, could you possibly do me the favor of getting me another roll of toilet paper?
Yeah.
Oh, God. This is what you call full blast colon blow.
It sounds like it.
It's just like, my butthole seems to think that's where liquid comes out of. That is not where liquid comes out of. Where liquid is supposed to come out of. And my unbelievably saint-like Rachel putting up with all of this horror. I'm so sorry, Erica.
It's okay. I love you.
I love you too. And you're putting up with all this while concurrently feeling your own sufferings that don't need me to make them any worse.
You haven't been. You're
Well,
great.
I can tell you this much. I have made the atmosphere of the house work with my poop smell.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh, God.
I'm glad that you're getting it out of your system.
Yeah, I am too. It's obviously whatever was up in my body has needed to come out for quite a while.
Yeah.
Probably. And or that's just kind of like the exhaust of psychosis, perhaps. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, we've been, I'm not sure what we've been burning back here, but we've been burning a lot of stuff. And now you need to have a vent to exhaust all of that stuff we've been burning.
Yeah.
What exactly have you been burning and why have you been burning it so compulsively for so long? I've got no fucking idea what I was burning, but anyway, the point is, whether you like it or not, an exhaust vent's coming out.
That's good. I mean, I'm glad you're pooping.
Yeah. It's like, if psychosis is like a tweaker party where people mindlessly burn different random things, then obviously you're gonna need an exhaust vent. And I think these particular psychotic tweakers chose my butthole as their exhaust vent. I can't blame them for that. It was the most conveniently located vent. It's like, okay, Eric, if you're gonna get all psychotic, you should at least accomplish like a baseline digestibly. So, yes, today will go down in various ways as significant. But one of those ways is that today, I know, I'm back to digestive baseline. There can't possibly be any old poop still stuck in me. They've all been putrefied, liquefied, and compulsively projected from my body. I'm allowing none of them to linger. Some of them, they're like, what do you call those people? Squatters. They're like, hey, how are you? Say you're not really cool with all this incredibly rancid, putrid, horrible mess. But you think we could maybe just, some of us, just stay in your butt for a little longer? No. I'm evicting you all. I'm evicting you all with no leniency or mercy. None of you are allowed to stay. What I'd like to do is evict my urine from my bladder. But it's a more successful squatter, I guess, than I am a landlord. I'm doing a much better job evicting my poos, but well, my pee keeps claiming it's Asian, and therefore hurling it is racist. I can't really argue with that, so. Because I haven't come up with a good rebuttal yet. Let's take another hydroponic then, even though I don't want to hodge into Rachel's supplies like that. I can tell. Just take another hydroponic, and it's so sprung and weird. And at this point, you know, I'm trigger shy. feel a kind of mania that I normally associate with just being sprung and live streaming or whatever. That feels concerning to me. Yeah, no. I don't know the causal relationship between what historically is we count on to be this thing. You know, say, fuck, I don't know what to do with those. That's why I didn't take her out of quantum. It's inherently such a complicated matter that it's like just analyzing it is kind of psychotic itself, you know. Feels like it to me. Trying to figure out how to quantum. Or at least I probably just being scared of going crazy again. Probably without good cause, but you know, I'm scared. That's a scary thing to have happen to you. Whether it's my fault or not, it's still a scary thing. It's like it's not scary when it's happening. Then it's just you're out of your head, you know. It's scary after it's happened, like a drunk, you know. Like, oh shit, what did I say last night? Who did I call? What did I do? Yeah. Well, at least I don't have any more poo in me. I still, seemingly inexplicably, have not peed. I guess my butt just said, look, Eric, you're tired. Well, I'll do your peeing for you too. For all that's coming out of me is liquid. Liquid out of a hole, that's pee, right? Oh, I'm sorry, but definitely is not subject to the community power like that. You can't just commute things, Natasha. And there's things that you've done something correct definitionally. So I'm just gonna have another half a climate to make myself less psychotic. And basically, you can have a climate because I am still sort of psychotic because sleep deprivation, etc. But most of all, because I'm scared of going crazy again. So, I want to clarify my statements from before. Yes, I'm scared of going crazy again. But that's right now, before having slept. I feel very certain, I know that if I can successfully get myself out of this thing enough to go to bed, when I wake up I'll be fine forevermore, right? But so I'm taking another half a Klonopin because the fact that I'm still up chatting with y'all, blah, 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 instead of doing what I should be doing, which is going to bed and trying to recover from this thing that happened, trying to make sense of it, etc. Just proves I'm still somewhat crazy. So, I mean, that Rachel and I have gone through together is so fucking slabby. It's like, you know, she has a mental illness, and, you know, throughout this whole process of knowing her, my perspective on mental health has changed by vast leaps and bounds. Like, in general, all of my perspectives were inadequately shaped, polished, whatever, until I got with Rachel. Nothing could be correct, really, in the absence of her. Everything was waiting for her, you know? How can anything possibly be correct in the absence of your soulmate? And I don't mean just like your soulmate, like people mean it. I mean, God, Jesus, and the Holy Ghost had several extensive meetings about how they were going to put me and Rachel together. And they had to do a lot of work because both of the subjects that they're involved, Rachel and Eric, were about as retarded as their own subjective metrics as anybody could be. So, when you got two people who don't think it matters at all what they want, it's hard to put them together, right? You gotta put a lot of shit to happen before those two people are gonna fall into each other's laps. And even then, so it's gonna be like, everything you know it's fucking meant to be is right from the get-go, everything was exactly wrong. Like, how in the, what am I thinking trying to move some woman into my dad's back house is not even big enough for me? Everything was wrong, all across the board. It didn't matter. It was the opposite of me and Kimberly. Me and Kimberly, no matter how good the plan, how good the intention, how well executed. Everything we touched died. My time at Laverne involved more dead pets than all the time prior and all the time after for the rest of my life. That's how many pets died in Laverne. We could not touch anything without it turning cancerous and dying. In contrast, Rachel and I couldn't seem to kill anything. We couldn't even make anything go away. We tried to make trouble go away by throwing shoes at him, squirting him with a hose, etc. Instead, he just owns us now. Because even when Rachel and I try to kill something, we just seem to somehow nurture it. The exact opposite of me and Kimberly. Me and Kimberly, the whole purpose of that relationship was to make clear to me that it's not up to me, it's not up to my behavior in the relationship. It's like, well, I'm doing it right. Doesn't matter. It's like Rachel and I are perfect for each other despite the fact that we do everything right. Not because of it. Yes, we do everything right in terms of our relationship skills. But again, that's a very low threshold to expect, right? Like, don't be bad is a very low threshold to expect, and it's not a threshold that's going to satisfy anybody ultimately. Oh, right now I'm feeling pretty satisfied by whatever I was saying. Unlike previously, where I seem to have an almost psychotic compulsion to repeat myself in circles endlessly. Right now, equivalently, I don't remember what I was talking about. The big difference now is, appropriately, I don't care. What I do care about are problems that can be easily solved by a sane person. You want to get a cigarette, Eric? Why don't you open one of the boxes of cigarettes to get a cigarette? If I recall correctly, I believe I hunted down a single cigarette from underneath a gun on top of my dresser. I'm not even sure I ever smoked it. I admired its manliness, but that's called a psychotic relationship with cigarettes. This is a sane relationship with cigarettes. You get it out of a box, you go outside and smoke it. Thank you, Claude, for restoring a healthy relationship between me and my cigarettes. You know, my cigarettes and I really deeply love each other, but it's been pretty tough the last couple of years, and it's kind of really affected our relationship. INFP. Me imitating an INFP. Trying to say, no, I don't like NI. I countervalue it so much. It's really boils down to my experiences again and my feelings. And that's really what's important. Okay, but I'll point out that you're having terrible experiences and all bad feelings. But you know what? They're my experiences and my bad feelings. I wouldn't trade them for all the world because they're so precious to me. I get it, this is your absolute values, but sticking with suck is probably a configurable disadvantage. That'd be the most generous way to put it. I'm going to stick with suck because I've been sticking with it for a long time. And thus far, it has not disappointed. It has predictably sucked the whole time. That's the power of prime directive, right? People need to close the gap between maps and realities. The people who prioritize SI and FI as absolute values makes ongoing suckage almost impossible to deal with, you know? Okay. So, you know, really half a quantum was a good idea. Helped me to be a little bit more reflective about things. Obviously, any continuation of Eric being awakened, Ericing, is not healthy right now. It's a failure to recognize that sort of like shock. Such as spiritual rather than physical. It's like one of those characters in like a war movie, like in Traffic Thunder, where he's got his hands all up. I'm still gonna be tinkling the ivories, right? No, you're not, Eric. Gonna still be tinkling the ivories. Anything you're thinking right now about being awake and live streaming can only be classified as crazy, because after such an ontologically disruptive event, linked so clearly to excessive amphetamines, mania, and general uppedness, whatever my justifications or just whims are, at this point, any continuation of it is just like playing with fire or something. I don't know. Quantum events are helping to slow down my mind. Trying to reframe things in physical sense, like having to go pee, having to sleep, having to poo. Those are very grounding things. Not insane. But every additional second I don't stop this, go take a shower and go to bed, it's not good decision making on my part. But, nobody said ever that Eric's defining quality was good decision making about when to go to bed. In fact, history establishes I have very poor decision making about that. Right now I need to eat an acid. The last actual food I had was the second half of a Togo's pastrami Reuben that we got. And it's like Rachel was so sprung, she didn't even touch any food until after we were hours driving away from the Coliseum. And I was like, can you give me the other half of my sandwich? She had not even touched her sandwich. That's how sprung she was. And she's like, oh, maybe I should eat half sandwich too. Naturally had good SI effects on both of us. But it's not the most stomach acid friendly choice. Pastrami, Reuben, sauerkraut. I have to make it the way they said it should go, which is with Swiss cheese. I was skeptical. I was right to be skeptical. It was good, but basically Swiss cheese is the worst cheese you could possibly put on anything. So I should have known that universal rule basically always applies. There's really never any good reason to use Swiss cheese. First of all, it's just trying to rip you off with all the holes. Second of all, it smells like feet. Third of all, it tastes like feet. As somebody who's eaten a lot of feet, I can assure you, I actually haven't eaten any feet, but you know, I've eaten Swiss cheese, so I know exactly what feet taste like. Regardless, there's nothing psychotic about recognizing you need to take an acid. That's very normal. I can trust my decision making and my mental health. If I'm saying I've got stomach acid, I should eat a couple of these. Well, that's very sensible. What is here for? To solve this very problem. Apparently, there are multiple ways you can solve it besides eating these things. What I would like a solution for someday is my endlessly running nose. I'll never have a solution for that. I will rarely even have any paper towels around me. So my shirts and pants and stuff for the rest of my life will always be covered in mucus. It makes me probably more desirable to keep it as a remote, distant person. Like, Eric's cool, but let's try to stay away from him because he's got a lot of snot on him. And the sounds he made with his butt, well, we can probably conclude not only is he covered in snot, but he probably stinks like shit too. I'm definitely covered in snot. There's no doubt about that. I mean, I just don't know where it all comes from. It's kind of like Eleanor Rigby. Why is all this snot here? Can it go someplace else? Is it lonely? Can we stop looking at it? These are the kind of questions that made me think. My mucous membranes have a lot in common with Eleanor Rigby. I mean, they've got a lot more in common with Eleanor Rigby than, say, Margaret Thatcher does. I can't think of any good metaphor to link Margaret Thatcher. Granted, I'm not trying very hard. And I'm on anti-performance enhancing drugs. The opposite of performance enhancing drugs are like Brave New World forced equality. I think it was Brave New World where it was like the dancer was, they were super talented, and they had to put on all this clunky shit to make them more ordinary so that everybody would be the same. Yeah, there's your metaphor right there. If you want to play, let's fondle our metaphors. People love playing that. I like playing it too. Hey, you got a special metaphor you want to fondle? Does it swing? I mean, is it down for metaphor swapping? Then okay, maybe. The crazy thing is this. I have had 2 hours of Pokemon, and I'm still tripping. Like, I've still seen visuals from the mushrooms. I'm still, like, recognizing, okay, here's the line of that was insane. This is sane. It's way more than I should even begin to try to process right now. I should just get up, go take a shower, and go to bed. But if you know anything about Eric and the ending of live streams, you know that when he says, "That's it, I'm ending this live stream now," that there's the surest indication that he is not in the live stream now. Every time I'm ending it right now and going to he can take it to the bank. He is not going to do that. He believes it when he says it. He still thinks somehow he can tell himself what to do. But just like everybody else can't tell me what to do, I can't tell me what to do either. This is a much more of a problem than other people not being able to tell me what to do, because I don't need their help telling me what to do. But the problem comes from, you might be deemed like lack of self-discipline or whatever. So the point is, you can't have one without both, right? If you're good at not letting other people tell you what to do, you're bad at telling yourself what to do. Because you're not into being told what to do by other people or by yourself. This whole doing thing. It's like, isn't that what they created the Dewey Decimal System for? Well, I'm pretty sure that action, concretization of things, it should be accounted for somewhere in the Dewey Decimal System. It should have a number, it should find the books accordingly. That's all we need to know. That's all we need to, as close as we need to get to doing things. That's why the Dewey Decimal Twins are such heroes. Because what they did is they said, look, all of doing is really just knowing where books are. A lot of people don't know that about the Dewey Decimal Twins. They're important work that they did. But most important thing they did, they explained to everybody that doing is knowing where books are. I'd like to dig a trench here. You mean you'd like to know the location of the book about trench digging? Yeah, I guess that's what I mean. Okay. Well, good news. It's 2.22.110. There. Now you don't need to dig a trench. You found the location of the books on trench digging. And that's the Dewey Decimal Twins. Save us all from a horrible world of doing things. I just point out, look, don't do everything in a book. Just know where the book is. Like, I read a lot of science fiction and fantasy. That doesn't mean I should try to cast magic spells and stab things with swords. No, it doesn't mean that at all. Because I respected the wisdom of the Dewey Decimal Twins. And I understood that to take action in a fantasy way is not to use a sword to slay a dragon or anything like that. It's to know where the book is. So that's the wisdom right there. It's like Dewey Decimal System, without them, everybody was constantly trying to make every book into a, a set of commands they were supposed to follow. So it's like a book started. Once upon a time, a boy was in the forest. The reader would just be like, "Oh my God, I guess I'm supposed to be in the forest. I should go right now." After the Dewey Decimal System, everything changed. People ceased to think of books as just a litany of unsubstantiated commands and began to understand the true meaning of Christmas. all real, all real gross of understanding resolved to the true meaning of Christmas. So the thing is, how about me saying, Eric, how can you possibly be enjoying yourself right now? Shame on you. What are you thinking? You cannot enjoy this. It's psychotic or something like that. You're being bad. But I'm not enjoying psychosis anymore. I'm just enjoying being both still double sprung on a Vyvanse and double flattened by a Klonopin. And, you know, appreciative of this upcoming bone rub. So the thing is, even though my normal drug behaviors seem to link directly to psychosis, I can't just forsake drugs because it was clearly a multi-causal, complex kind of congregation effective factors. So, regardless, I could think about it more, or I could just be happy to be pulling his bumper. So I'm just gonna go with that one. It seems less psychotic to me. I like pulling bumpers. And they make me feel more sane, not less. Obviously, when a big event like this happens, you start questioning all your assumptions. Like, after my dad killed himself, I was under this completely irrational fear that, well, it wasn't completely irrational, but because there is like a suicide cascade effect that happens sometimes, but not reliably. Regardless, the aftermath of my dad's death was, even if it was, there was some justification, like from a detached perspective, like, oh, there is some cause for this concern. I wasn't engaging with it like that at all. I was actually terrified of other people around me killing themselves. And that wasn't rational because, first of all, my dad killed himself in the most rational way imaginable and tried to tell me about it for decades before he did it. So it should have come as no surprise at all. And it should not have threatened my understandings of the way the world works at all. It's just I didn't really ever, prior to that moment, and prior to me eventually coming to terms with it, realize, oh, my dad was really actually that full blast TE. He wanted us to care about what we got after he was dead, not to find that crass and want him to not be dead, which is the only thing Delilah and I ever told him. I know that you got these plans for after you're dead, Dad, but I can't help but seem to think that we should focus on the fact that you're not dead and that we love you and we don't want you to die, right? What I recognize in the aftermath of this is I did not respect the fact that my dad's TE defined who he was. And it's antipolar, and I did a terrible job of understanding him. Like, a criminally terrible job. But, as he knew, the only way I was going to ever learn a goddamn fucking thing was when he shot himself in the head. Like, look, Eric, I've been trying to tell you for your entire life, things are not abstract questions. They're not things to muse about and withhold judgment on your position regarding. When I say I'm going to shoot myself, I'm not putting out an idea for us to muse about, analyze. No. I'm telling you what I'm going to do so that you won't be catastrophically unprepared for it. But you're apparently catastrophically unprepared to be told what's going to happen. I mean, if I were my dad, I would have been much, much meaner to me. Much meaner to me. Way 100 times meaner to me. Because I deserved every fucking bit of it. And 10 times more. For my entitlement, my stupidity, my assumption that I knew best about everything. Oh, God. Oh. And man was such a saint. I was such a fucking idiot. It's a shame that I don't even have a relationship with my mom to share. You know? It's so long ago that I had actual conversation with my actual mother. That she to exist so long ago, she doesn't inform anything. She doesn't inform. I have all kinds of complicated relationships with my dad. I have zero complicated relations with my mom because all of the last years of interaction were in a caregiving capacity. That was not my mom. That was what I had left to take care of. And did a bad job of taking care of her as she would have wanted to be taken care of. Because I was so selfish and prioritizing my own, I don't feel like it over my own mother's well-being. I knew they weren't giving her enough to drink. It's like, I knew she was a thirsty woman. And they're thinking, well, let's give her less to drink because she won't pee as much. Every time I went and took her a drink, she was just drank the whole thing. But instead of being a good son and going every day with a drink, it's just like whenever I got around to it, whatever. Even though she deserves so much better from me. My dad did too. But I was a terrible son all the way to the end. And then unfairly, I have the most wonderful daughter in the world. I was a whole son, deserved none of this, got it all, and then got also a perfect daughter. That's not fair. It's like From my parents' perspective, I was nothing but concerned, worried, unpredictability, liability. And I could never, there's never any way to solve the problem, even after I quit drinking, right? Because to the extent that things were as I wanted them to be and as they should have been, I didn't require anything of him. And neither of us liked each other very much. So we didn't see a lot of each other. I think we were both fine with that, you know? And all of a sudden, both he needs my help with my mom. I have both no job and no place to live, thanks to everything Kimberly and I touched turning to shit. I had perfectly functioning debate business before I started dating her that immediately went under. I never offered another, like, oh, here's fall semester package. I never offered another package again. It was the death of autonomy debate. Because all of a sudden, that relationship occupied so much of my creative, mental, spiritual, whatever energies that everything else that was good just withered. While I thanklessly built a miniature house in our backyard for chickens that wouldn't stop dying for no reason. Of course, is that really the best use of Eric's time? Is to insist, look, I want a chicken house that I can put on Facebook that is better than all those other people's chicken houses. And then Eric, who heroically rises to levels he did not think he had in him, and builds this sick ass fucking house, right? For the chickens, like solid as a rock. I mean, it was a rough winter that winter, and that thing was solid as a rock. None of the roof moved at all. It was tall enough for me to stand up in it. It had like different levels for the chickens. It was waterproof. It was like anybody would go like, oh, I can live in this place. This is great. I built that little house for her in the backyard, right? So what is she doing the whole fucking time? She's saying, that spot is, no. No. I don't like the way that looks. God, how much longer is it going to take you to finish a miracle? She's doing this shit to me the whole time I'm building it. It was a month-long fight. We were at each other's throats for a month solid as her force of will converted my genius into making her a chicken house. Now, note, I want to stress this. Don't get chickens. It's not worth it. What happens if you get chickens? Yes, you get some eggs. You also get to witness that chickens are history's biggest mean girls and will bully. It's like, if there's 3 chickens, okay, there's 2 chickens, it's like, I'm the leader and you're my bitch. If there's 3 chickens, it's like, I'm the leader, you're my bitch, and there's the one we bullied to death. They're horrible creatures. Even the ones you love. Like, I loved Officer Red, but she was ruthless and, enforcing her dominance and stuff like that. So, here's the problem with chickens. Number 1, chicken poop. If you have chickens, you will walk chicken poop into your house, no matter how careful you are, no matter how diligent you are about cleaning up the poop. You will have in your carpet, on your tiles, and in various other places you never would have imagined. You will have chicken shit. Guaranteed. No matter, unless you only have like 1 chicken, right? Maybe you can avoid that. But as good as we are at having livestock, chickens are better at shitting. Now, eggs are great, I guess. I mean, the thing is, when you have chickens, you realize quickly, I should have taken a more honest assessment of my egg desires and needs. I actually don't use very many eggs. Now I'm trying to sell them to my neighbors because my ESFJ dream has come true. And I just believed that eggs were an endlessly satisfying resource, but it turns out now I have too many eggs. I don't want them to go to waste. I'd like to have a cool boutique tray to sell my homegrown eggs. Well, like nobody really wants to pay $12 for 6 eggs. I don't know what to do. Well, I do. Kill your chickens. Let me tell you the benefits. I know it sounds sad at first. Here's what your losses. You're gonna have your current problem of too many eggs resolved, but it's because you're guaranteed this point forward to never have enough eggs. You're guaranteed to never have too many eggs, but you're also guaranteed to never have enough eggs. Now, this is assuming you don't buy any eggs at the store, of course. But here's some of the benefits you probably aren't thinking about. You won't have to feed them anymore. Dead animals don't need to be fed. Number 2, they won't poop anymore. Dead animals no longer poop. Advantage number 3, you can throw them away and don't have to take care of them anymore. And that's a lot easier than taking care of them. Advantage number 4, you don't have to become a chicken doctor, which you do have to become if you keep getting chickens, because they have problems laying their eggs sometimes, be life-threatening. Sometimes they just get brutish, have mental health issues sometimes. Sometimes they can be extremely resilient. Like Red got got killed by a dog. Like got killed by a dog. I don't know what to tell you. Like just injured beyond any capacity to recover could even conceivably be. Until Kimberly took that chicken around like she was its caseworker and it was a disabled student at school. She would she had it in a box, she'd give it aspirin, like aspirin water, she carried it around. And the chicken got very comfortable with this, like, okay, I get it. I'm injured, I'm in recovery mode. And it's like for a full month this whole rehabilitation thing is showing no signs of progress except the chicken's not dying, right? And then one day she just gets up and says basically, I'm all better now, and just starts walking around. It's the craziest thing, right? This fucking chicken, I shit you not, it was killed by that dog. It could not, there's no chicken could survive the mauling that chicken took. Unless you're in the blindly faithful hands of Kimberly, she thought she could cure or save anything. This one time, there was this baby dead possum in the gutter. It was clinging to life, bro. This is the most disgusting, like, gutter wrangled marsupial thing you could ever imagine. And it's like, we should, it's small, so it's like how anybody's gonna notice this apparent trash in the gutter is beyond me. We drive by it, Kimberly practically gets out of the door of the car while it's still, she's just like, ah! And goes and gets this catchy little thing and like clasps it to her bosom. And since we take it to the veterinarian, she knows a vet who takes in wild cases like this. Okay, this thing is like 3-day-old possum tragedy. I don't know what else to call it. Like it got washed away or something. It's in the gutter. It's clearly like paralyzed basically and twitching and obviously going to die. They did it. You should pick this gross thing up and bring it to your bosom and sit. We take it to the veterinarian. It's like, it's so movingly beautiful in its fundamental goodness that you can't possibly say no, let's just kill it. But it's beautiful in its fundamental goodness, but it's also incredibly stupid, right? Like just mind-bogglingly stupid. Just fucking kill the thing. It's about to die. It's a possum separated from his mother. Has been lying in the gutter for God knows how long. Just put it out of its misery, right? Don't cradle it to your bosom and take it to the veterinarian. That's the lack of intuition as a conscious function that can sometimes cause hilarious wrongnesses like that, but also can embarrass the shit out of the intuitive sometimes. Like, after the chicken got attacked because the dog, the neighbor got a new dog, and the new dog found a loose fence thing, let it go from its yard into our yard. So, in other words, we had a perimeter problem. It was exposed by a brand new dog that didn't exist prior to that. So, in other words, prior to their acquisition of the dog, we didn't have a perimeter problem, so I didn't have to worry about boards pushing up. We were not alerted to the fact they were getting a dog. They just like, that sounds like the neighbors would have got, this horrible neighbors would have gotten a new dog, right? And then the next thing we hear is squawk, 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 and it's like, oh shit, their dog just killed Red. Red was a much more, this is the thing about NI, right? It was correct for her to try to save Red and do all those things because she really loves that chicken and it was a family member. And of all the pets there, that's the one that was most a family member in my mind. I still think of Red as my family. I don't think of Kimberly as my family at all, but I think of Red as my family still. I think fondly of my relationship with that chicken in Laverne. She and I used to, there were things about Laverne I liked, you know. I liked how much I was able to play in the yard. Uh, Felt like good ISFJ kind of gardening stuff. But one of the things I really like to do in the yard, mostly was fucking Eric pointlessness. Like I try to just swat as many flies as I could. That's another wonderful thing about chickens, you get flies. But one nice thing I did was I ordered a bunch of worms online, and I created two areas of dirt that were kind of compost piles. I put like compost and stuff there, but I put all the worms in those two piles. And then I take the chicken and I'd say, well, Red, you want to go worming? And she knew exactly what was going on. We were going to those piles of dirt. And she got all there, like, she'd tell me, like, and get another worm for me, like, dig up some more dirt. Because she didn't want to dig it herself. She wanted me to take a spade, turn it over so she could see the worms. And then she'd get them and she'd be like, oh, yeah. This is so much better than chicken food that you feed me. I said, I know, Brad. Well, you don't see me bringing the other chickens over, so include them in the warming activity. Well, sometimes your friend here, but you notice she gets like a third of the amount of worms I give you. Sometimes I'll like uncover a juicy thing of worms. I'll be like, you stay away. I guess I'm like a chicken. I bully the subordinate chicken, or at least I prevent them from getting their fair share of the worms. Just because I like Red better. Well, these are the sort of dark moments of the soul I think we all have. We question who we are, why we are, what the fuck that psychotic break was, things like that, you know. Like, for example, regarding that psychotic break, there's certain things I can conclude, certain things I can't, certain things I'm not sure about, right? Number one thing I can conclude about it right now is that now is not the right time to be concluding things about it. I haven't even slept on it yet. You know, you can't be in a super big car accident, which, despite how bad it looked, you actually escaped with just a few scrapes and bruises or something. But, like, don't remember the experience. It was so traumatic. You can't always be like, okay, well, that happens in the morning. In the afternoon, what we're going to do is write the final story of it. It doesn't happen like that. And I can guarantee you it doesn't have any good effect at all. Is what's happening right now. Eric soliloquizing without even looking at the chat or anything. That's I correlate that with Eric going off the rails. Thing is, there's so many examples of Eric going off the rails in various ways that makes it very challenging for me to not frame this as that, since it bears so many similarities to those examples of excess. However, what makes it a distinguishing event is, in fact, the challenging chain of command, so to speak. Like, it's one of those things where you should have known that much exposure to flashing lights and weird sounds for that long was going to make you psychotic. Well, normally that makes fine sense, let's say. But the problem is, I have a long history of extended periods with those flashing lights and weird sounds, and being immersed in that, let's say, and it not producing psychosis. So even if the thing itself is correctly articulated to be a clear cause of psychosis, it's never clearly caused psychosis in me before, and I've taken those same kinds of actions, not the exact same action. In other words, I not combined the 2 Vitamins two Vitamins is 12 hours later. So, you know, what is that? Well, Vitamins is kind of weird. It take 2 of them. You seem to be ready to sing in the Mormon Tabernacle Choir for a good solid 36 hours. You take 2 of them. You take 1 of them, it seems like you can go to bed that night, you know? Kind of a regular day, but more productive, easier, whatever. Big difference between 2 and 1. Of course, it's twice as much, but keeping in mind, of course, that the 70 milligram pills, taking 1 of those per day maximum, is the maximum dose. So, I wasn't getting close to the maximum dose of Adderall. I was getting 30 milligrams, 215s a day. The maximum dose of Adderall is 90 milligrams a day. So, currently, I'm on the maximum dose of vitamins. Which, if you're going to just compare maximums, you'd say should be like 90 milligrams of Adderall a day, which is a crazy amount of Adderall prescribed a day. I mean, I had 300, well, let's see. I had 30 a day for 30 days. 900 milligrams of Adderall that was available to me per month, right? Keep in mind, with Adderall, it would be like 70-30, me versus Rachel. Keeping in mind, of course, there's an equivalency on her end of where I'm taking too. So everything's fairly squaresy in the end. We never talk about anything like that, right? It just all happens naturally. We just into it when we're crossing someone's boundaries a little bit or something. Both of us are desperate to avoid doing that. When I'm apparently oblivious to how much I'm crossing Rachel's boundaries, well, something's gone catastrophically wrong. And that's what happened today. Catastrophic system failure, colony collapse syndrome, would be a good title for what happened today. Or perhaps the day I learned an important lesson about limits. But did I? Did I? That's the big question. Maybe it's the day I became informed of the real possibility of psychosis, even among the most mentally stable of us, such as me. Or, there's a message, I thought I was the most mentally stable among us. It turns out I'm crazy. Hey, everybody's crazy a little bit, right? No, Eric. Nobody was crazy like you were crazy last night. We're all much saner than that. Okay, so you don't want my metaphorical definition of crazy? No, Eric, we don't. Well, guys, you're lucky. I'm actually testing. Had you embraced my metaphorical definition of crazy, as I requested, I would have said, your judgment is meaningless anyway, then. You're gonna, you think it's a good judgment to accept my arbitrarily undefined metaphorical interpretation of the things as argumentationally determinate. Well, sir, you have no business having the decision making power you apparently do, you know? I am getting actually pretty high, which is kind of nice, kind of unusual. I'm a pretty heavy head. Smoke a lot of weed before I feel high. Probably the Klonopin, physical exhaustion, and the massive emotional shapeshifter lurking behind what this all means. Those might be partially helping me feel more high. I'm afraid to even read this stuff. I just feel like, I just expect you guys to be like, you sucked so much tonight. You're a horrible person. You failed so much, Eric. That's what your words should all be saying. But I couldn't help it. It was beyond my control. You never should have let things gotten that way, Eric. I don't know what to make about that. Should I never have let things gotten that way? I know it's bad grammar, but you get the point. I mean, it's easier for Captain Hindsight to say, anytime anything bad happens, obviously you go, I never should have let it got to be that way. But you maybe, if you want to be able to do an accurate assessment of your own responsibility. Winston's mom, at talking with Facebook, please unban at Karma's Pimp. Okay. 45. What time is it now? This is hard stuff for me right now. I could do it, but put my glasses on. Okay. Karma's pimp, I'm sorry you got banned, 'cause you're not a bannable kind of guy. I know that you didn't need to be banned, that's why I'm gonna try to unban you. Let's see. I mean, the thing is, what I'm providing here is actual information about what happens if you are honest, transparent, and have a lifestyle that involves doing drugs. I'm not trying to tell you, I'm not trying to tell you or anybody else to do drugs. There's not an advocacy of mine whatsoever. I have no opinion about your relationship with drugs, as should always be the case, except when someone's relationship with drugs is such that it impacts others negatively, as you might say mine did last night. Whether that was a consequence of my relationship with drugs or something else, well, there's certainly a catalyst kind of relationship there. And that, boy, it's just hitting all the lines that require nuanced, like, discretion standard shit. Which just means whatever verdicts you have about it are infinitely non-defensible. Oh, right, he wanted me to keep him on what I'm supposed to be doing. How did I get distracted? What was I even talking about? I said, I'm still crazy right now. Even after a full clone of it. I'm just up and rolling, you know? Okay. Unban Karma's Pimp. That's my job right now. Karma's Pimp doesn't. This is the problem I keep having, right? I want to be able to see it better, but I can't see it better with these glasses from here. I can't see anything at all. I don't need to see it better because I can see it fine right now. So basically my problem is I keep trying to put on my glasses. Okay. What am I trying to do here? Oh yes. Unban Karma's Pimp. The problem I'm having is finding an instance of Karma's Pimp that I can put the 3 dots next to that will let me change his status. So if I can find an instance of Karma's Pimp, I should be able to do this no problem. But I cannot currently find any instances of Karma's Pimp because I've been banned. Things are creating a catch-22 for me here. How am I gonna do this? I have no idea how I'm gonna do this. Somebody's gonna have to help me do this. This sounds both difficult and impossible. Okay, I will follow your instructions. Here's his channel, Eric. Okay. How is that gonna help me? I guess I'll figure it out from there. So I'll subscribe to this channel. That doesn't help me unban him. But it's like, I don't know how to unban him from here. He needs to say something in the chat so I can see him in the chat so I can unban him. But if he's banned, then obviously I can't see him in the chat. So I don't know how to solve this problem. I know somebody's told me how to do it before, but I keep forgetting because it's not the sort of thing I want to keep track of. But I think I maybe remember. Let me look at, let me see if I can figure it out. You're making me TE. Okay. You're making me TE. Fine. I will TE for Karma's Pimp. Karma's Pimp deserves me to TE for him. I will try to figure this thing out. Okay. Let's see. Wouldn't be there. I need to go talking with famous people part of stuff. Let's see. Settings, maybe? Like your channel? YouTube Studio? Settings? I'm gonna put it on settings. Let's see. Okay. Settings. Well, it's anything like banned people or whatever. I want to see the people I banned. Can I see that somehow? Who have I banned? Let's see. Just explain this to me. Do a better job of explaining things. That's of course make this channel my default sign-in thing. God. I can't even that that they have a button that says delete channel. It's like, who put that button here? Why could it even somebody might accidentally push that button? I can't figure it out. I can't figure out where to put that. Like where the people who are banned are. I just Google it. Fine. Fuck it. If I can't figure it out, I'll just Google it. How do I unban someone from my YouTube channel? No, not that thing at the end that I didn't mean to push, obviously. Just get rid of those extra things. Okay. Okay, I just watched this YouTube video, I guess, on how to unban someone from your YouTube channel. This doesn't look familiar to me. What are you showing me? Oh, you gotta go to YouTube Studio? Never mind. I wasn't in YouTube Studio. That was my problem. Okay. Our copyright owner claimed some of the content in your video courses accountability forms. What is it? Oh, it's we sang for no one. I already knew about that. For this one, there's one is for I sang, I guess, I've just seen a face. So I could cut out that section if I wanted to, but I just let them have all the money, it's fine. Age restrictions set. Alterations in Modesto may not be appropriate for all audiences. I don't care about anything that's not like a channel strike or whatever. Like I have this warning from August 13th, 2019. So, I got a warning on my community guidelines chart for harassment and cyberbullying. When I said C.S. Joseph, dumb and evil. It was on August 13th, 2019. Obviously, I changed my behavior since then. Well, that caused me to change my behavior dramatically. I agreed with the ruling of the YouTube on the matter. My discourse was not civil. I was insulting him personally rather than doing something more productive. But I think that to enforce it as cyberbullying and harassment is to really pay short shrift to the respective parties' frames of reference, what they're saying, their amount of power or size, a bunch of other contextual things that you really need to conclude that would correct understanding things. What time is it? Jesus Christ. What a crazy, crazy, crazy 36 hours? Maybe 48 hours? Insane. YouTube is really struggling um, to figure out the ad suitability of shorts. They mostly seem to have some sort of not working algorithm linking the titles to a judgment on whether they're ad suitable. You can appeal all these things. I'm sure I'd win all of my appeals and probably change their behaviors in my shorts substantially. All the ones I'd appeal, I wouldn't appeal ones that I thought that were questionable. Like Shaylin Glier's day off, hashtag shorts. This is limited ad suitability, but
Shea Langoliers fan club sign. And guess who Conte gives the day off to today? Shea Langoliers. So I brought my Shea Langoliers fan club sign. And guess who Conte gives the day off to today? Shea Langoliers. So I brought my
like, how is that possibly not appropriate for some advertisers? Like, who would think that's not appropriate for advertisers? And why? Like, their shorts is in super buggy beta mode or something. Their their auto monetization thing. There's no explanation for why that one would be questionable, right?
So I brought
What?
my
My
Shea
Shea
Langoliers
Langoliers fan club
and
sign. And
guess
guess who Kotze gives the day off to? Shea Langoliers.
my Shea Langoliers fan club
How could that possibly be?
Guess who Conte gives the day off to today? Shea Langoliers. So I brought my Shea Langoliers fan club sign. And guess who Conte gives the day off to today? Shea Langoliers. So I brought my
I think this is a fantastic video
and guess who
because it's all true. You know, all the drama in this video is authentic. I really did put a lot of time and really make a good sign. I was excited about going to the game with my sign, and I was also aware it could time out badly. It could be Shea Langoliers' day off. I had my fingers crossed, and then my dreams were crushed because it was Shea Langoliers' day off. And then I thought my dreams may have been realized because a guy with a camera, like a TV camera guy, stood there and filmed me first doing the 50-50 and then holding my Shea Langoliers sign. Thought I'd reached the promised land. But when I watched TV, well, it didn't make the cut, obviously. So I have a, I guess you'd call it, what's it called? Like a hidden away reward in something. I don't know. A fruitcake, the Russian dolled fruitcake within. I mean, the thing is, you'll note what Eric has no takers It's like, note that I'm not reaching out to academics from like a philosophy chair, but probably, it's like people in academia have one kind of relationship with argumentation, which is to say, they're allowed to argue without an adversarial scrutiny applied to it. So, in other words, they're allowed to argue away from the battlefield. And this puts them at an inherent disadvantage um, when talking with somebody like me, who, instead of knowing what all my positions and arguments are, like those people, which is a fine enough thing to do, I'm a debate coach, so I don't have positions and arguments, but I know what you're trying to do argumentationally with those elements, right? Whether you even know what you're trying to do, I know what you're trying to do, or what you should be trying to do. So, um, I don't know where I was going with that. I'm dead tired. I'm embarrassed too. I don't know what that display was, but it could have been pretty. It must have been loud. Rachel's a saint and a champ for her just staying out of the way and letting it happen, apparently, from what I can recall. Smart, excellent decision. The last thing I want, I mean, I don't really remember, but the last thing I would want to have are memories of me interacting with Rachel when I'm in that state. Because I couldn't trust myself to interact with her properly. I mean, one memory I do have of me telling her to turn on the air conditioning. You know, with all the thing is, at the time, there was a certain uncertainty in me as to what was going on with my bowels and poop. It turned out, like at that moment, nothing happened. So I found myself saying, "Why did I tell Rachel to turn on the air conditioner? Turn it on myself, turn it on myself, you know." But in light of what we now know eventually became of my bowels, the massive colon blow eruption that some of you may have witnessed directly, if you weren't here at the time, be glad you weren't. And yeah, I made sure that all of you loyal Talking with Fans People fans were treated to a behind the scenes special audio treat that probably had many of you at least gagging, possibly vomiting. My earlier colon blow was so substantial and bad that it wouldn't surprise me if the average viewer noting that you can't see anything, you just hear these sounds off camera, would assume that I had found some MP3s or something for playing these sounds so over the top and ridiculous were the sounds my butt making. But in actuality, that was my very own butt making all those noises. Like here's what the whole here's what the whole A's game like tells us about decision making, attention, and a variety of other things. So the problem, of course, that Rachel and I had was we kept looking at it from its place in some sort of larger narrative. Certain specifics don't matter. We just want to know. Like, what's most important to me is that Shay Langolier sees me holding the sign. Well, really, first of all, let me check that. Most important to me would be getting on TV holding my sign. Second most important, if I can't get that, would be Shay Langolier's. I can visibly make eye contact with him looking at me holding my sign. So, I'm going into an Oakland A's game with those kind of concerns in mind. Rachel's going into the game thinking about baseball much more than I am. Like, I'm here to see a baseball game. Hope it's a good game. I'm rooting for the A's to win. Let's go A's. She is a saint, as always, which means that she graciously tolerates my sometimes cringy FE, and I try to have fewer instances of that. I think overall we had a fun time at the baseball game. There's one instance where the father of these two kids in front of me didn't. I was. He didn't know what to do with me, Like, I said to Volpe, Anthony, Volpe smells like mole pee. As like a taunt, right? And then I said, "You're bad at baseball." As a taunt. And the guy in front of me is a Yankees fan. Oh, I wish I were that bad at something. Blah, blah, blah. And I said to him, "No, I meant my hurtful taunt in hopes of discouraging them and undermining their performance." Which, of course, he said nothing and was probably confused. I mean, I'm not sure why I'm taunting the other team. It just seems funny to me. My official justification is I'm trying to discourage them from performing well with my cutting taunts. Now, I will concede, last time this strategy backfired horribly. Because even though the taunt was so correct, it's so right on the money. Maybe because of it, I was punished for it by the taunt gods or something. This guy for, I don't remember what team, maybe probably Tampa Bay, had this super dumb batting stance. Basically, it's like you take a major league batter and say, try to look as prissy and like you have no idea how to bat as possible. And that was this guy's batting stance. Seriously. It's like, eh. And I'm like, your batting stance looks dumb. And then he hit a home run right away, right after I said that. Now who looked dumb? Was it his batting stance or was it Eric? Unfortunately, in that instance, it was Eric. But I was still correct about his batting stance. Regardless of outcomes, it did look very dumb. Like, why are you standing like that? No other batters stand like that. But he showed me that his dumb batting stance was the cause of a home run by the bad guys. Oh God, what am I gonna do with this event that just happened to me? How am I gonna go explain it to the neighbors? I don't even know what happened. Like, I don't even have any memory really of. I was just going around ranting about something. Um, blah blah blah. But that's stressful. I think your ball speed smells like ball pee. I do not understand that sentence. That sentence is beyond my comprehension. Like, I feel like I'm gonna have to explain some things to, for example, Shawa, Jeffrey, say like, hey, just to give you a heads up, never happened before, but that was not me on drugs. That was me having a psychotic break. I don't know. Like, I just think a lot about how to tell people these things and to convey whatever distinctions are both meaningful and correct rather than just self-serving. Oh, merciful heavens. Well, you're never going to figure it out before you go to sleep, Eric. You're right, Capillo. Thank you for informing me with your wisdom. Yes, Daddy loves you for your wisdom. And your goodness. Yes, and your glory. And your beautiful meows. Yes, you have beautiful meows. And Daddy loves you. Now, I'm actually pretty impressed that with my capacity to. It took a while. I'm not impressed with the alacrity of it, but I'm pretty impressed today. I successfully navigated a place where all the kind of normal epistemological stuff you think would be normal is just absent. And I navigated it to an actual solution. I mean, you can't call the solution fully executed until I actually go to sleep. But that will happen here pretty soon. It's not like I'm not tired. It's just like I have this weird go to bed resistance syndrome when I'm on speed. When I'm not on it, it's like I can't not go to bed. Or the reverse syndrome. I'm pretty sure whatever problem this is, probably need to go to bed. But right now, going to bed just sounds boring. Yeah. And Rachel's upstairs, so it sounds boring and lonely. Even with me, Capio? Yeah, I know. Yes. You're not making me feel lonely. The idea of not live streaming is making me feel lonely. That's what's making me feel lonely. Proactively lonely. In the company of others. That's what's going on is I fear any live streaming because it's like, well, I guess all that stuff is over now. Boy, that's a lot of stuff. How depressing. I don't want to think about that. Guess I just take a shower, go to bed, maybe try to rub one out in the shower. But it's like, yeah, I'm sprung up by minutes, but I'm also clonopined into kind of sexual disinterest. Nevertheless, could help complete the general colon blow my system seemed to undergo today. Vomiting, projectile diarrhea, and eventually even successfully going pee, along with a lot of mucus and spitting and a bunch of other grossness is coming out of me. Well, at this point I'm so exhausted that I cannot remember frequently. Cannot remember what I was going to say. Sometimes I recapture it before it's too late. Other times, my dream self reaches out and says, Eric, indulge me. Come out of that shower. Turn the lights down low. Use the lava soap to get yourself nice and clean. It has pumice action. It does sound nice. Then I feel kind of like mean for not including you. You can go into the shower room with me. You can't watch me in the shower, but you can go into the room with me. Listen, it's going to be a lot better than your last trip to the bathroom with me. I can promise you much less unpleasant. If I decide to rub one out, I'll put you outside the bathroom. So you don't have to hear any of those sounds. I guess basically I'm choosing company over autoeroticism, and it seems a more pleasant form of self-soothing right now than rubbing one out, which seems to have more linkage to the mania, psychosis kind of stuff than, say, cuddling together in a live stream about the platitudes of being warm and clean and going to bed. So let's share these moments together. Let's share them with the kind of reliable, sturdy SI that will help us feel grounded and mentally well. Can we see some examples, or can you clarify what you're talking about again? You know, a lot of what you're saying in general, your whole shtick, having now seen it in this weird, psychotic, bizarro, negative of it, of Eric. I have some glimpses of it, some memories of it. It's like, oh, how horrible that must have been to hear, be around. Oh. I can't help but feel like I want to say, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. But I don't normally apologize. Sometimes where I can't articulate exactly what it was that I did wrong. And that's the problem here. Well, my feeling says I'm sorry. Well, my thinking says, am I? I don't know. I need a jacket, I know that. It's a little chilly. This is my last cigarette. Then we're going to the bathing chamber together. Where, even though you won't feel the warmth of the steam, you'll benefit from the general steamy vibes and the soothing sound of steamy waters. Not to mention my ongoing SI-themed banter, including such classic hits as "Don't forget to get that spot over there," and "Ooh, that hits the spot." I just have a, what do I call it? Sorry. Favorites on the SI disc jockeys list. That hits the spot. Ah, sure feels good to sit in this chair. All these things are clear indicators that this time you and Papa SI are working together to achieve a result you can find personally satisfying, but unable to take meaning from. These are the trade-offs we make. Think about a good, like, gayish, super gay-ass song like that. And people would like, I'm saying more. You know, instead of trying to explain things to people, why don't you sing them a song about how we're all the same, because we all have trade-offs. Your focus is on getting things done. And that means the number one constraint is a clear path and idea. In contrast, only words seem like wasted diarrhea because everything's a trade-off. Maybe if you frame typology like that, then people will be like, well, it sounds all kind of gay and musical and wokey and shit. So, usually I don't have to think very hard with these sort of things. This seems safe. Then they discover it's more than just safe. It's the affirmative necessity required to have fully maximized safety. I'm talking about the kind of safety where we have fewer than one incident per decade. That's any kind of incident. I mean, anything from skinned knee to decapitation counts as an incident. I mean, there was one time when concern that a knee might have been scraped or become scraped was in fact noted as an incident itself. So not necessarily have to be physical. Concern qualifies as an incident. In fact, most incidents are simply vague and varied statements of undirected and unjustified concern. What are you concerned about? That's part of my concerns. And why are you concerned? I'm also concerned a lot about that. Well, I'm concerned that you're just doing regular air gliding like ain't no thing. The neighbors are probably thinking, you can't just be a regular old guy again and expect to get away with that, mister. Now you've been an absolute nut job. I'm gonna have to, obviously I'm gonna have to talk to him about it. And that's gonna be a difficult conversation. Because it's hard to explain to other people what you don't understand yourself. It may take quite a while for me to understand this, but I probably have more pressing need to freak away a day or two, but you know. Just gotta say, like, it's never happened before. It's, I know you probably heard me on like loud drug trips before, but what happened yesterday was nothing like that. And obviously, I regret the imposition on you. And I wouldn't blame you for simply attributing it to me being hyper egotistical and on a lot of drugs. But because that can happen plenty of times. But that's not what happened yesterday. I guess that's the best explanation I can give. Due to the succession of decisions I made, from which I could not be reasonably expected to have foreseen this outcome from my decision making perspective. I catalyzed a sequence of things that produce a psychotic break. So I was experiencing drug-induced psychosis, but in normal circumstances, you should hold the person who has drug-induced psychosis fully responsible for whatever their actions are, because they chose to do the drugs that induced the psychosis. However, the complicating factor is I chose to do drugs that I had zero reason to were going to produce psychosis, and zero reason to believe that, and ample reason to believe the alternative. I've done mushrooms and speed together many times. They've never induced psychosis before. Granted, I did a half ounce of mushroom. Was tired, a lot of other factors. I had a really rough day that I hadn't actually processed. Vitamins sort of keeping it at bay. My body was processing it. I guess all those things were factors. But knowing that I don't think I'm gonna do Vyvanse and mushrooms again together. I don't think it's safe. It doesn't feel safe to me right now, anyway. If I were gonna attempt it, I'd want to make sure I had to have chloroquine readily on hand. Probably, if it gets like intense, I'd check in the bud. But the thing is, I suspect that it'd be pretty difficult to replicate this perfect storm of events. It's been a long time since I've taken mushrooms. So a half ounce on a super clean head is a lot different than a half ounce on a pretty clean head. And I should have anticipated that, I guess. But, you know, I did anticipate that. I just thought, oh, good, I'm going to try balls. Well, I can Captain Hindsight myself all day long. And the simple articulable facts of it are, is no disputing that my actions in conjunction catalyze this event. So I am liable for it in that regard. But it's also very clear that it was unforeseeable in an accident. Foreseeable by third parties, but unforeseeable by me. And it's only foreseeable by third parties as playing Captain Hindsight anyway. It's just sort of like, well, it's foreseeable that if you mix a bunch of amphetamines and psychedelics, you could have a psychotic break. That's foreseeable as a general rule, but you'd be better served to prioritize the particular evidence, in my case, to be more accurate about it, right? Like, yes, those two things may have been proved to cause psychosis when in conjunction with each other in some people, but it's like you've got to respect the empirics of the many successful trial runs that didn't result in anything like psychosis for me, as determinant as a decision-making thing. So, I know I made bad decisions here. But without factoring into account information that I now have that I didn't have previously, I just can't conceive myself acting any differently. When I had every good reason to expect. In other words, when a reasonable person in my position, based on my set of data would have expected was that I was going to trip on mushrooms and that the amphetamines were going to diminish some of the mushroomy parts of it that aren't very pleasant. Some of this too much serotonin, that kind of stuff, you know. And it's just sort of kind of like, okay, it's not going to bother me until I puke, and then after I puke, whatever. I expect that from my relationship with amphetamines with respect to with mushrooms, that the amphetamines are a defense against the excessive serotonin of mushrooms. And it just generally makes my mushrooms more extroverted, more fun for me, probably less fun for other people. But, you know, I'm a suboptimal but acceptable state of affairs, right? That's what any objective evaluator error making decisions with the data you had and say it would be incorrect to receive that outcome. You'd be grasping at nonsense. So I expect myself to foresee all possible outcomes with drugs. Sometimes I don't, and sometimes it's the terrible, tragic results. I mean, I didn't really understand it as such then, but I understand it as such now. The reason I quit drinking was so that I could always have yard experiences where I was basically in control. And even if I had, like, oh my gosh, there was so much balls, all I could do was laugh about Yetis, that that I was ultimately in control, you know. And I would shift gears as circumstances required, even though I was tripping a lot. If somebody, like a mailman kind of was going to talk to me, I'd be able to have a perfectly cogent conversation with them. It'd be a little weird, you have to like tripping hard. But point is, I quit drinking, and I've come to understand it as the reason I quit drinking is so I never have the kind of blackout experiences and a sense of powerlessness that I have with alcohol. By quitting drinking, I can enjoy all the other drugs because they don't carry that risk for me, etc. Well, obviously that risk is there. It's not the same thing as getting blackout drunk. In some sense, it's a lot worse. Like, I probably, and almost certainly a lot more predictable as a blackout drunk than I was during that psychotic break. I'm assuming that you call it unpredictable. I know I was going around in circles, but I don't have a lot of memory of it. Some period of time where it's just, but there was that. I was over there, and then I don't know what happened for the next hour or something. I was like trying to get it together outside. Like, I gotta get a cigarette, I gotta get a drink. You know, it was just a mess. Oh. Well, I'm glad you guys are here in the bathroom with me to take a shower with me. Because I'm not accustomed to dealing with things that have statuses I can't resolve. Like, this is not in my wheelhouse at all because it's about me personally. But worst of all, it's like paradigm threatening for me, you know? It's kind of a disaster. But I'm proud of myself for figuring out that other people should listen to me and that I should listen to me. Using good sound adjudication things on my own words. That's the thing about it. Those tools are so robust, and it doesn't matter what words you're applying it to. Because you're asking certain questions, and the person cannot answer those questions, you should not listen to what they have to say. I could not answer those questions. That's how powerful understanding like language as an action instead of as an object is. It changes everything in the world. When you understand language is an action, not an object, we treat it mostly as object of analysis, text on a page or whatever, you know? But we will never understand language properly that way because we're trying to pretend that it's not an action taken by an agent. Am I successful and modest enough? I think so, yes. I don't think you can see anything even if I stand here with my head over the top. Oh.
When heartache gets understanding is a horrible scope of this problem. Like, the thing is, whatever I was saying during this manic episode I had, it's not going to sound all that different from just an Eric being blacked out on mushrooms in terms of the content of the words, right? You're going to hear similar things. The thing that made it crazy was the fact that I wasn't doing any work with my language. I was just going around in circles. And that I was so lost in the process of going around in circles that even though I constantly was making note of the fact that I was going around in circles, I didn't go around in circles about that. Know what that means? I was on this horrible, unstoppable mania train to oblivion. Well, yes, but just frame the reference to a practical one for a second. So, priority number one in that regard is make sure that never ever happens again. That means knowing that certain combinations of stressors and drugs have the capacity in me, even, not just in regular people, to trigger drug-induced psychosis. Because I've never experienced it before, even in years of being a hardcore meth addict. Even like, after days of sleep deprivation and I remember one time after like days of sleep deprivation, and I smoked like a couple kilometers of good weed after I smoked it for a while, because when you're blacked out, you might forget to smoke weed for like 36 hours. Anyway, that produced something equivalent, I guess. But if I recall correctly, it immediately thereafter resulted in death. An equivalent to stuff, they call that PCP is a gathering drug. Dissociative. Yeah. Dissociative. I had a similarly dissociative experience in that instance. Just keep in mind, probably after being up for a couple months
the having like an ever increasing sleep deficit because up for a couple nights, man. The night before that, I got 6 hours. Anyway, in that context, when I smoked weed, I had a similar amount of dissociation, but it wasn't psychosis. So, of course, as I'm reflecting on this thing, I've got these two sides that I constantly have to navigate. The NI side, which is sort of the medical reality of drug-induced psychosis. The implications of such a medical reality exist. My special pleading, which is basically, we need to evaluate this on a decision-making thing rather than on like an external third-party thing. You can't evaluate my decision in context of, I'm going to read some public health data about what you should avoid if you want to avoid psychotic breaks. Oh, but doing like a drugs? Okay. You can't evaluate it in that context. Because that's making the NI mistake of thinking that really people are first and foremost an average or compositor of some kind of an identity, and then there's deviances from that. Well, that's an NI mistake about how individuals make decisions. Because we have to predicate most of our decisions on more than just intuition. But the thing about it is, we're not really making decisions so much as we're not making horrible decisions, right? So it's like, it's easy to say, Eric, you didn't make the best decision today to take a bunch of amphetamines and drive to Oakland. But you could frame it as, well, Eric, you made a good decision to take a bunch of amphetamines, given you had to go to Modesto and had plans in Oakland. You just might as well go to Oakland. You got a big long day. That's good application of resource to event. And in fact, it did save both of our asses. It's like, we should have both been just tore the fuck up by the time we got home. I think Rachel experienced being tore the fuck up as emotions about the appearance of her sunburn. Kind of like the SI got translated into the more conscious FI. But, I forget where I was going with this. I don't know what I'm talking about. Obviously, I've got a lot to think about. What sleep on and so forth. Try to process. So much to process. It's like maybe the psychotic break was in part supposed to inform me about my shell shock, you know. Sometimes people aren't in control of their own actions. Sometimes people genuinely go crazy, and it's very different from being sane. And the question of their culpability is a tricky one sometimes. And of course, like probably a lot of TISI people, I was from a very early age skeptical and fish shaky about people getting off on reasons of mental defect or insanity or whatever. Because, of course, whenever there's a mechanism, no matter how necessary or appropriate the mechanism may be, because it's a mechanism, there will be instances of it being used wrong for the wrong purposes. That's not a condemnation of the mechanism, although it may be an indication that we need to make adjustments to the mechanism's protocols to prevent that kind of abuse, right? The thing to remember is it's not an indictment of the concept until you can articulate no other particulars that might be interfering with it. So I'm saying about good reasoning. You don't have to make any decision. It tells you what to do all the time. All you have to do is just let it happen. And not fight it, you know? Most things have pretty straightforward explanations and answers. Human consciousness, not one. Because even our best, most correct, most well articulated explanation of it, namely mine, I mean, well, it kind of does account for everything. So the thing about typology is it accounts for all the various theories about consciousness in the right way. It says, well, there's scientists who are trying to explain consciousness by linking it to concrete, repeatable biological signals of some sort. The reason they're approaching the question wrong is because of their cognitive function stack. This explains why they're approaching the question this way, their relationship with empirics, etc. The thing is, people don't want the truth, which is your words are always doing something. They're never a thing to hold on to for its own purpose. It's like it's like, a bowling ball. It might sit on your hand briefly, and then in the end it's sitting still. But it would be ontologically assaultive to the bowling ball, if you were to say that you prefer it to be in a state of rest. And you're going to exclude the moving part. Well, then that's not bowling anymore. That's just sitting with the ball and looking at some pens. And that's a very slow game of bowling. Let me tell you. I never attempted to bowl that way, but I'm assuming it's got to be a slow way to bowl. Where both players agree that the ball should never be in motion. They have to kind of put their heads together about how to get the pens to fall over. Well, we should walk over there and push it over. I see like four men having a very involved discussion about it. Like, okay, but if we push them over, then aren't we being in motion and really just being like the ball? And if it's bad for the ball to be in motion, then shouldn't it be bad for us to be in motion as agents of the ball? And then another person says, objection. You can't be the agents of a non-agent. And of course, the judge says, sustained. I sustain your objection. You cannot be the agent of a non-agent. And then I'd say, well, I'm not agent metaphorically. Like how Michelle shocked means scheme and harassment. That's just a metaphor for I'm mad, or possibly not mentally well. How do you deal with somebody who's not mentally well? Well, obviously, less retributively and more rehabilitatively. Question is Michelle shocked? And ESFP, possibly ESTJ, who's just being super toxic, but responsible for her own actions? Or is it possible that she should be treated with kindness because she's suffering some kind of mental illness, which tonight, of course, made me hypersensitive towards and aware of and respectful of the fact that Sometimes you're not in control of yourself at all. It's an awful feeling. It's like after it's over and you've probably done and said things that you would never do in any other context. So, I don't mean to pathologize her at all, but I can't explain her behavior by any kind of explanation, like as a strategy or whatever. None of it comes together as cogent for me. Well advised, likely to succeed. Clearly wasn't prepared by a lawyer or a smart person. So a kind of erratic splay of like strategies that can kind of work against themselves and each other depending if they're paired together, and that's, I don't know. It smells of what I experienced. Manic, not in control of yourself. The difference is, for me, manic results in an action. It's my conscious action function, extrovert intuition, which is the most harmless of all action functions because while it may be offensive or loud or annoying or concerning or whatever, it's not actually doing things. So, to the extent that I'm engaged in some kind of fugue state or incapacity, it expresses in very non-concrete ways. But one can imagine that potentially somebody with a different stack, basically for the vast majority of people, a similar kind of event would produce more actual actions, more actual harms, and more artifacts proving such, like her legal brief. So, I don't know. This is just speculation, and I definitely don't want to pathologize her if she's perfectly sane. I'm not trying to do that at all. I'm just trying to, I guess, learn something from my experience and apply it to something in a way that's good. To try to salvage something from this horrible fiasco that's just like complete fiasco. A week before a wedding, I have a very loud, very public, psychotic break lasting hours outside of my house. Oh, good God. What? A publicist, if I had a publicist, he would kill me right now. He'd be like, Eric, everything was lined up great. You had some neighbors coming to the wedding. Jeffrey and his parents coming to the wedding. Now everybody probably thinks you should be put in a mental hospital with good cause. And so now you're gonna have to do a lot of splaining. And it's like until I feel certain I know what my explainings are, I really am loath to explain because then you're just spinning shit, you know. You might be. If you try to say things before you thought it out all the way, risky business. That's when you end up saying things that are wrong and they haunt you for years as you will reference them. Because you're honest and you don't delete old videos to hide your mistakes. You just say, this is my actual growth process, which includes these horrible, ugly mistakes. So, I don't care enough to manscape my pubes for you, and I don't think it's a good idea to astroturf your own catalog like that. It's not good for you and your honesty with yourself. It's not good for you and your humility. Like, keep your garbage mistakes in front of you to remember how horrible you are. The only way anything good is ever accomplished is to learn to hate every one of your failures for all the right reasons. I hate this song because the melody is too endless, the words are too wordy, the meow, 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 meow. That's the path to success. Learn to hate things that should be hated for precisely the right reasons. Your own creations, I mean. Because I hate failure. I hate my stinky failures. And my whole YouTube channel is like a shrine to endless stinky failures. But I'm not going to try to wrap up all the best bits and claim I'm some sort of, position myself as some sort of media consistency temple. Because that's not what my channel is. So, well, question is, let's say hypothetically, it's 5:15 in the morning on a Friday. Let's say hypothetically as well that 21 hours ago you took 2 vitamins. That 22 hours ago you began a trek to take you to Modesto, to a ring store, to a bridal store, where we almost made it all the way to the car without any problems, where the lady rushed out to see if they had given us her veil. It was supposed to be in a separate package. It wasn't, which means they had to undo the whole packaging while not letting me see it. And then, of course, they put the veil inside the packaging of the dress. And the lady was like, this is why you can't do that. I had to tell her. I had to explain it to her. Because this is exactly why. Because people don't want to have to look inside to verify that it's there. You know, like she said something like that. And she was right. But I was right in shaking my head at what a horrible job this place did of combining tasks to minimize our trips there. They did a great job with the dress. I hope they did a great job of making Rachel feel special and stuff. I was largely not involved in any of that process. Obviously, I would be outside. Nothing you can do inside of a wedding dress store. There's literally nothing you can do. I can walk and look at a few of the dresses, make some jokes about some of the more extreme ones, which of course are not appreciated by the wedding store people. I can sit at the table for men that they have, which is near the exit. You can we're perfectly happy if you sit outside. You don't really need to sit inside here, do you? And I realized quickly, not only do I not need to sit inside here, I also don't want to sit inside here. This store is boring. Yeah, it's got a lot of different dresses, and it's kind of interesting for a little bit to look around the different dresses and be like, who would wear that under what circumstances? Because, it's not all wedding dresses they have. They have like mom dresses, like, oh, that's a dress that the mom is supposed to wear. They got, is this a dress that you wear before you put on the wedding dress? Is it a wedding dress? Intermission dress? And this is the dress you put on after your wedding dress. That's what makes it couture. So a lot of unnecessary nonsense. You gotta put some more pens in and checks and fluffs. We gotta fluff things a few more times. We need you to come back to Modesto. See, now they can't get us anymore. We have the dress, all the parts of it, here at the house. It doesn't matter what the dress store says now. They are not going to make us go back to Modesto. Same with the ring people. We have both the rings. Nobody can make us go back to Modesto now. And I think Rachel and I are both glad that we wrested the power from the hands of those greedy Modestoites. Well, as you can tell, it's getting on near bed time. I'm going to go to sleep pretty soon. So, I think what I'll do is tell you a bedtime story. As always, keep in mind, host Eric's bedtime stories frequently can have adult themes, but also, I never know whether they will at the beginning, so I can't tell you whether this one has any adult themes or not. But they frequently do. Especially when I did not rub one out in the shower. Rachel's on her period right now, so it's like catch as catch can week. It's kind of like, okay, I might as well just masturbate. Perfect timing for the wedding. I don't need to bother her. I know she likes to be responsible for doing her chores and everything, but I feel like I'm maybe being too indulgent and enjoying the glories of Rachel. So, I can just deal with that myself. It's fine. I just, I don't have time. I have a lot of other things to do. During the period, I may have an urge to hump or whatever, but I have more of an urge to be efficient right now since your vagina's out of commission. I just feel like rub it out, get some shit done, rather than having your mind distracted by sexy stuff. Of course, right now, all my get some shit done stuff was really blown up by Eric's public display of fiasco. Now I gotta go from neutral to deficit. Now I'm on minus points. To begin with, I have to try to get back to 0. Oh, I don't know. I can't say what it's after. That's not a bedtime story. The beginning of the bedtime story goes like this. Once upon a time, there was a small monkey named Spencer. Additionally, there was a larger monkey named Samantha. And finally, there was the largest monkey of all, named Sandy. So, again, you begin here with a classic story introduction. You've got a small monkey, a medium monkey, and a large monkey. This helps everybody feel comfortable, grounded, rooted in the story. People are saying, is the first monkey too soft? Is the second monkey just the right temperature? Because they're connecting archetypally with the story of Goldilocks and her now very famous 3 bears. The interesting thing is, of course, after the whole Goldilocks situation, bears completely gave up living in houses. They said, if we can't prevent even a small golden haired child from breaking our furniture, eating our food, and making our children cry, we're clearly doing something wrong. I propose we forsake these comfortable man digs and return to the glorious hibernation holes of yesteryear. And that's why bears don't live in houses anymore. That's not the whole story. That's just setting the tone for the story. It was a dark and dreary day after bears no longer lived in houses. It was October or November. I think the year was 78. Could have been 87. I could be a little number dyslexic sometimes. Anyway, what were we talking about? The bears. The bears, having stopped living in houses, had begun to set up tents on the Yosemite Park sidewalk. And before long, they had these sort of huge, almost structural piles of trash around them. And naturally, the park ranger said, "Guys, we've got to do something about this. First, I get it. The bears can't figure out a solution to a super criminal like Goldilocks. What they don't seem to get, she's one of a kind. The world's not teeming with hyper criminal little blonde girls who want to go fuck with a house full of bears, you know. Usually the story ends like this. Which porridge is the right temperature? Well, whichever one goes best after little girl. You've invaded my home. You questioned my food preparation temperatures. You don't approve of our furniture softness for some reason. Even though, again, you don't live here. You were not invited in. You're currently engaged in criminal breaking and entering. And you're casting aspersion over two of our beds because they don't meet your high standards of softness. Well, Miss Locks, if that is your real name, case closed. So, right, you say, oh, you're going to get along with? No. I'd be half-assed like that. It's just a wash. You gotta go line by line. Oh, Dirty Hirsch. Man, when I wanted to claim for the Copyright Board Tribunal, indicated, yeah, this is counterfactual because, man, God, it's like a tiff or tat. I'm just gonna just write the full case and hand it in to the judges, and it will have done all of their work for them. Hopefully, it should be the end of it. We'll settle the road of the law. And then, question is, should I actually push hard to? I wouldn't have to push hard to make the case. It's a similar case to Meg, but should I work the bad faith angle in order to get her to pay legal fees? Well, that depends on whether she's really operating in bad faith, which I can easily establish, or she's not capable of operating in good or bad faith, which I can now empathize with. Effort. Most of all, my takeaway from this whole day is I hope I didn't embarrass and disappoint Rachel too much. And I hope I know she does, but I'm grateful to her for still loving me so unconditionally through everything. She's a wonderful person. She's more wonderful than Derek Jeter by at least 10 times. You don't see a lot of people wearing La Pelosa jerseys. That's because people have a long history of celebrating the wrong people. Derek Jeter was fine as a baseball player, and the captain of the Yankees or whatever. And they had some good winning years with them, I'm sure. But that's just Derek Jeter. It's like, whatever. Instead of Derek Jeter, somebody who was successful in part because of antiquated rules that allowed him to abuse timing mechanisms, etc. You know, the point is, how boring Derek Jeter, Aaron Judge, or whatever. You want something not boring. Shea Langoliers. That's not boring. I like Derek Jeter. Oh, good for you. Gather those people together in a little group. And they can go, Jeter, 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 Jeter. I like Derek Jeter. I like Derek Jeter too. I got jersey. I got jersey too. That's not cool. Like my jersey. Derek Jeter's just like, I've got a shirt celebrating white pride. Because, it's so beautiful. Everybody loves white pride. Well, if you're a Yankees fan, Derek Jeter's white bread, But let's objectively analyze it. He's a shitty kind of bread that was never very good to begin with. He got stale quickly. He sent gift baskets to other bread that he had sex with. And he took way too long at the plate to afford doing anything. Change his batting gloves, change his socks, change his cod piece. He text an order to the bouquet place to shoot Sarah a basket full of autographed Jeter stuff, Jeter jerseys. I want to be like Jeter, like a hat says that, like a rookie card. He's stacked up on them, He's stacked up on all his rookie cards. You get a signed one. You sleep with Derek Jeter. Yeah, you get a whole customized gift basket. Like, let's say you're a single mother with a girl in kindergarten. Well, you as a mother will get your Derek Jeter Fuck Me t-shirt, but your daughter will get Derek Jeter jersey signed by me. And a wink and a promise. Maybe in 10 or 12 years, if you're good, sweetie, you too could earn a gift basket. Oh my God, I can't believe I've got all this Derek Jeter stuff. You should feel really lucky about that. I'm Derek Jeter. Well, anyway, the point is, who would root for Derek Jeter 10 years after he retired or whatever, when that's the wrong way to choose to root for somebody anyway? Don't root for the guy who's like a solid, consistent performer. At least root for somebody like Aaron Judge, who's kind of a freak. You're gonna play easy. You're gonna play beginner level engagement. The expert level is this: the Shea Langers fan club. Every Derek Jeter fan with a Derek Jeter jersey on should see the Shea Langers fan club and go, "Oh, we've been doing this totally backwards." Something. I gotta talk to that guy. I gotta figure out what am I doing wrong and how I like baseball. And it turns out there's exactly and only one perfectly correct way to like baseball. Everything else is a wrong way that will, over time, naturally transition from its apparently innocuous form to a terribly toxic form, which, by the way, you shouldn't eat. Anyway, that's an explanation for something that I was trying to explain. Unfortunately, the explanation is entirely made up, so it's unlikely to explain anything. It's sort of cut from whole cloth, predicated on the idea that facts establish are facts that therefore are true. We don't need to actually verify them. Well, some people don't like that. Regardless, Eric's need to go to sleep and process his horribleness in the morning. I think Rachel and I need to spend some time together in the morning. I'm sure yesterday was at least as, probably much more hard for Rachel than it was for me. Even though I was the problem. Just how lost in it I was. Okay. Well, I guess it's time to say goodnight finally. I just need to get some water. before I say goodnight to you because oh wait, I have a soda, whatever right here. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed my bedtime story. If you didn't, all I can say to you in general is I cannot believe you're watching this, but I can believe that I'm pleased that you are. Good night, good luck, and hopefully don't have psychosis like me. Don't get psychosis like me. Don't do as dumb Eric did